Uh, Very respected our president of the ICI, CA Dr. Debasis Mitra sir. Very dynamic and young, my colleague CA Vice President sir, CA Niket Talati. We have seen many our program coordinator and directors here. Rajendra Kumarji from Chennai, Purushottam Khandelwal from Ahmedabad, Gyanji Misra from Ghaziabad, and my Rohit Ruvatia from Jaipur. All are live, and all the newly qualified young and vibrant chartered accountant. I welcome all of you in this 3.5 lakh chartered accountant and 7.5 lakh students, a 10 lakhs family of chartered accountant. I welcome with my open arm in front of all our leaders of this profession. First of all, my compliment to becoming chartered accountant. You must appreciate that because of your hard work and your hard work of your parents, you have become a chartered accountant. You have a now larger responsibility towards this profession, towards the growth and contribution in this country. We have lined up our leaders. He will guide you. Just to brief you 2 minutes, this campus placement, we are starting from this month of August. Let me tell you, this campus, every campus, we are growing and growing and growing because of the leadership of our president and vice president. Just give you 2-3 data. 12,500 newly qualified CA become this term. Out of that, 10,000 CA has applied for the campus placement and all has been shortlisted. Out of this 10,000 shortlisting, the company has come, 94 company has come, and they have offered 10,152 vacancy. So the vacancies are more than the number of the students applied for this campus, which was last year also and this term also. Under the leadership of our president and vice president, we have, with huge excitement from the last campus, we have increased the minimum package to be offered by the company who are coming in this campus from 6 lakhs to 9 lakhs. So last campus, it was 6 lakhs. This campus is 9 lakhs. So no company, all the 94 company who is coming in the campus, they have to offer minimum 9 lakhs to all of you for this campus placement, number one. In the first day, in 9 major centers, including Ahmedabad and Chennai, 2 directors are here. First day, if the company want to recruit less than 15 CA, they have to offer 20 lakhs rupees. And if they want to recruit more than 15 CA, they have to give 70 lakhs rupees in the first day of the campus placement starting. So these are the new trend we have started in this campus placement. 6 new smaller centers we have added this year under the leadership of President and Vice President. That is Bhopal, Lucknow, Patna, Ranchi, Raipur, and Vadodara. So that means the India is now reaching towards the tier 2 and tier 3 city. New talents are there, and the corporates are going to tier 3 cities to recruit our young and dynamic CH. And this campus, we have also arranged for you 10 minutes virtual orientation, one-to-one. 10 minutes virtual orientation will be held, and free of cost psychometric test is also been started by this committee. So these are some of the new initiative of this committee. And just before I hand over to our leaders, the highest package offered by overseas placement in this campus is Tolaram Industry, 36 lakhs rupees. And in the domestic highest package is by DE Saw India Private Limited, that is 32 lakh rupees, higher than the last year campus. So with these words, I welcome all of you in this orientation program of this new qualified CA. We have already done 9 big center physical orientation. This is the opportunity for you who could not join those physical centers because of your other engagement. This is the opportunity given by this committee too. So I welcome all of you and I wish all of you best of luck. Thank you very much.
May I request CA Rohit Ruvatia ji, sir? So CA Rohit Ruvatia ji can address.
Thank you very much, Honorable President Sir and the Vice President Sir, and the Chairman of the Committee, Ranjit Agarwal ji, my colleagues in the Council, Rajender ji, Purushottam ji, Gyan Mishra ji, and my dear newly qualified Chartered Accountant. A very good morning to all. It's an immense day because today we are going to learn many new aspects which we are going to face in our corporate world. On the request of all the members, we have organized physical program in the large centers. But wherever the members are not able to join in the large centers, we have organized this virtual program, and approximately 7,000 newly qualified chartered accountant are joining this orientation program. My congratulations to the whole committee, and I'm thankful to the leadership of the institute, according to which we have seen that this time the vacancies are more than the number of chartered accountants. सर, हम लोग देख सकते हैं कि पिछले 4 सालों के अंदर हम लोगों ने जो ग्रोथ करी है, हमारे प्रोफेशन ने जो ग्रोथ करी है, जो ग्लोबल लेवल पे हम लोगों की प्रेजेंस हुई है, द वे वी आर मूविंग अहेड एंड द वे हम लोगों का चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जो इंडस्ट्री के अंदर जो अपने आप को स्टैब्लिश कर रहा है, जो इतना ग्रो कर रहा है, डेफिनेटली सर हम लोग एक नया कीर्तिमान रखने वाले हैं. And of course, these young chartered accountant, and I feel myself amongst them because I'm the youngest, one of the youngest, probably the youngest council member to be here in the council. तो मुझे कुछ एक अच्छा कनेक्ट महसूस होता है. हमने जयपुर में भी एक अच्छा प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करा, and definitely we are going ahead. A lot of things are there. This time we'll be having campus placement for the female members also, as suggested by the chairman sir, that female chartered accountant campus placement for work from home female member will be there. So this will be a welcome step for the female chartered accountant who are not able to work due to their certain limitations. We will try to give opportunity to them. And again, we can see the highest package, and we assure that in coming years, down the line, couple of years, we will ensure that the highest package should go beyond 50 lakhs in our country. So with this, I just mark my word because our honorable President sir and Vice President sir are there. So it's an opportunity to speak before them. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And my best wishes to all the chartered accountants. And if any problem is there, all the council members are working day and night, working really very hard. And the way I see my president and vice president, sir, the way they both are working, it is a tremendous thing which I have seen in last 10 years. Sir, मैं 10 साल पहले CA बना. But the way our working of the institute has changed in last 10 years, and the way you people are working, I'm sure we are going to reach newer heights day by day. And I'm congratulating once more. My best wishes to all. Thank you very much.
And I request CA Purushottam
Good morning, Honorable President of ICI, Dr. C. Devasis Mitraji, Visionary Vice President of the ICI, Aniket Bhai Talati, Chairman of the Committee, Ranjit Bhai Agarwal, Rohit Ruwatia ji, my colleague in the Council, Rajendra Kumar ji, Gyan Mishra ji, and dear Chartered Accountants. It gives immense pleasure to welcome all of in this the allied family of the Chartered Accountants. As you know, it's in a very prestigious profession. India is celebrating आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, लेकिन आज आप लोग भी महोत्सव मना रहे हो. पढ़ने से, जल्दी उठने से, मेहनत करने से. But I'm extremely happy that a responsibility, freedoms always bring the responsibility. So now there is lot of responsibility on your shoulders. You have to be a part of a nation buildings, and the Modi ji rightly said that your signature carry more power than the signature of Prime Minister of this country. So your signature will be valid from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And I humble request all of you newly qualified chartered accountant, before attestation of any financial statement, twice things and take utmost care before discharge or responsibility. With this, I welcome once again all of you in this allied family. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji from Ghaziabad, Central Council, to kindly address the audience, please.
Thank you, Ranganathan ji. Very respected and distinguished President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C. Dr. Devasis Mitra sir. Very young and dynamic Vice President and of course the youngest Vice President so far of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C. Aniket Talati ji. Chairman of the very important committee of the Institute, CMIB, C. Ranjit Agrawal ji. My chairman of Management Accounting Committee, C. Rajendra Kumar PG, and very dedicated secretary, and of course, a person who is known for his excellence in the institute, Ranganathan ji and his entire team, and of course, the new brains of the institute, newly qualified chartered accountants. Good morning to all of you. Friends, I will not speak much because our leadership is before us. So indeed, it is always a privilege and pleasure to listen the Vice President and President. Three things very quickly within few seconds I would like to tell. In last 73 years, the profession has become epitome of trust and excellence in the society. The legacy of our forefathers need to be protected, preserved, and carried in toto, for which they have given their entire day and night, and they had established the profession in such a wonderful manner that the society at large always needs for the profession. Friends, you are in an elite profession which is worldwide fame, not only in India but across globe. Lot of opportunities are hovering on. I'm sure that you people will carry the legacy of the profession, will rise in the life in different directions, and you will keep the flag of the ICI and nation fly high and high. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. We now request CA Rajendra Kumar P, Central Council member from Chennai, to kindly address our members. Thank you, sir.
Most Honorable President and my elder brother in the Council, C.A. Debashish Mitra ji, very distinguished Vice President and my younger brother, C.A. Aniket Talati ji, the dynamic chairman whom I see on the screen of this vibrant committee, Ranjit ji, the Vice Chairman, Rohit ji, my Vice Chairman, the Management Accounting Committee, C.A. Gyanchand Mishra ji, Secretary Ranganathan sir of this committee and all others. Esteemed friends, it gives me immense pleasure to sit next to the Honorable President and in the presence of Vice President to speak to you. Friends, today is August 10th and the world today observes this day as the World Lion's Day. Lion, the animal, symbolizes strength. Lion, the animal, symbolizes leadership. Lion symbolizes intelligence, valor, and grit. No lesser chartered accountants are lions of the industry. No lesser chartered accountants are lions of an economy. Esteemed friends, all of you have spent your valuable time. You have put in a lot of hard work and ensured that today, whatever you are, then whatever the world are going to see in the coming days is going to be extremely, extremely challenging and different. Tomorrow, India will celebrate Raksha Bandhan. Friends, I request all of you to always be protective of this great institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Let us all ensure that on the Raksha Bandhan day tomorrow, we also tie a thread on our own hands and take a pledge that we will be the protectors of this institute. Through our actions, through our words, whatever it may be, we will ensure that we will keep our heads high because our institute should always matter and not individuals in this particular field, friends. Friends, it is my immense pleasure to interact with you, to speak to you, and to be in the midst. And thank you, Ranjit ji and others, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We now request our Honorable Vice President of the Institute, Sri Aniket Talatichi, to kindly share his words of wisdom with our audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ranganathan ji. A very good morning to everybody. Most respected, the Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Sri Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, as rightly mentioned by Ranjit bhai, under whose leadership this entire committee and all of us are functioning. And so happy to note that there is a phenomenal response to this version and edition of the campus also. I think it is the Kolkata effect. Our Honorable President sir comes from Kolkata, and also the chairman of this committee, Sri Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji, who also hails from Kolkata and whose stellar efforts are being recognized in terms of the highest packages that are getting offered, highest number of vacancies which are getting posted, and most importantly, the positive energy which is there in the entire profession. Another person from Kolkata who I'm reminded of, I think he was instrumental in starting this campus, our late past President Rahul Roy ji, who again had conceptualized the concept of campus placement maybe 25 years ago, 97. So we are in 2022, 95. And therefore almost 25 years plus, and we are in the 56th edition of this campus placement. So I think it is all the men from Kolkata, sir, who are leading the charge and ensuring that our members in industry are getting the right kind of opportunities in front of them. So congratulations once again to Ranjit ji and the Vice Chairman in absentia, Dr. Raj Chawla ji. The Honorable Council members who are here, Rajendra Kumar ji, Gyan Mishra ji, C.V. Chitle ji, and Rohit Ruatia ji, who is joining us online. I think you have all heard their vision, their thought process and guidance to the newly qualified chartered accountants. Yes, you are all chartered accountants, no longer students of this course. So please be mindful in your dress, in your address, in your communication, in whatever you do, you must all now reflect the sense that you are going to represent this profession. Earlier, whatever you did, the actions were borne by your principal. But today, whatever you will do will be borne by you. And more importantly, whatever you say, maybe on social media, maybe in person, maybe in public, is all going to be represented as that of a member of the institute. And I hope each one of you is mindful of what you are going to do and how you carry this profession forward. Yes, during your student days, you may have had certain bitter experiences, may not have cleared in the first attempt, and therefore may have mixed feelings about ICI. But as Rajendra Kumar ji very rightly mentioned, tomorrow is Raksha Bandhan, and we must all appreciate the bond between brothers and sisters. Similarly, this is the bond between our alma mater, our mother institute, ICI. So my request to all of you would be that please ensure this bond. I'm sure Honorable President Sir will give us the theme address in terms of what are the opportunities that lie in front of you in other areas. I will just touch upon three very small points. Three themes. One, from Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to the Amrit Kal. 5 days from now, on 15th August, we will celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of independence of this great nation. We will celebrate the past, so much that we've been able to achieve, become the 5th largest economy in the world, also have so many opportunities for our chartered accountants, the growth of our membership. This is all the glory of the past. And we also have to inspire the future, which is in the form of the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years of the country's independence. In 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence, there, I believe more than any of us who are sitting on this table, that Amrit Kal belongs to all of you, the newly qualified chartered accountants, because you will shape the future of tomorrow. You will decide the destiny of India, which is going to be 25 years hence. So my request to you is please always have the larger perspective of the nation coming first, institute coming next, and yourself coming third in whatever actions that you pursue. So from Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to the Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, the second important change in role that has happened over these 75 years is that chartered accountants have moved from becoming bookkeepers to conscious keepers. Our role in the past, and especially for all of you joining industry, was more of a bookkeeper earlier, accounts officer, chief bookkeeper, chief accounts officer, who was more to do with writing the accounts, verifying the authenticity and the hygiene of accounting entries, and slowly moved towards the compliance, withholdings, indirect taxes, etc. of the books of accounts. But the role is now changed with the changed landscape, and you have to move from being mere bookkeepers to conscious keepers of the company, of the shareholders, of the government, and of the nation at large. That role must be very well understood by each one of you to ensure that the expectations of the society are fulfilled by each one of you in the new role that you will take up. Because amongst you is the new CFO or the future CFO of the Fortune 500 companies. Amongst you are the best brains who will lead the corporate finance function in the largest corporations in our country, and not just our country, across the globe through our international presence. So please ensure you keep this tag of being conscious keepers of the nation in your mind. And finally, the opportunities for you were so far only restricted to financial information. That is balance sheet, P&L, cash flows. And we were always dealing with the financial information. Now you will move more as you go forward into this Amrit Kal from financial to non-financial information. Because in your annual report, the valuation of the company is not going to be merely on the basis of EPS or PE ratio, but on the basis of other non-financial information. ESG, that is environment, society, governance, what you are doing on sustainability, what are going to be the impact of your organization on the planet, on people, and not just how much profit you are able to make. And the role of our chartered accountants will move from financial information to non-financial information. So, yes, it is Azadi Kamrit Mahotsav for you from academic learning of the course, but you will never get Azadi from upgrading your knowledge. I think as a chartered accountant, that is one thing we never stop doing, is to keep learning, unlearning, and relearning. With these words, I once again congratulate all of you on becoming part of this great profession and recognize the stellar efforts being made by the Institute under the leadership of our Honorable President, Sri Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, and this committee to ensure a great and grand successful campus orientation program and the placements thereafter. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Giving direction to our young members. Now the most awaited moment has come. I now request our Honorable President of the Institute, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, to kindly share his words of wisdom with our young members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranganathan. The Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Aniket Talati, the Chairman of the Indirect Tax Committee, Rajendra Kumar, my council colleague, Gyan Mishra, the Chairman of the Direct Tax Committee, Chandrasekhar Chitte, and you see the gentleman on the screen, Ranjit Agarwal, the person who is doing so much of work to ensure that all the prospective, prospective leaders of the profession, they do very well. The Vice President of the Institute started off by mentioning one name, Rahul Roy. Now, to many of you, since all of you are young, let me tell you, Rahul Roy was the youngest president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He became the president at the age of 34. And this gentleman who is sitting next to me, who is the vice president of the Institute, he's going to carry that legacy forward and going to be the president of the Institute next year in his 30s. So, you see, and Rahul Roy was known for his great communication skills. You see, the way he used to speak, people used to listen to him spellbound. And similarly, today, when the vice president says that, you see, we have to transform ourselves from being bookkeepers to conscience keepers, I am totally, you see, amazed at his thoughts at this young age. But then, if he can have this kind of thoughts, I'm sure all of you who are listening to us should also have this kind of thoughts. You see, because at the end of the day, we are actually conscience keepers. We are a partner in nation building. My good friend Rajendra Kumar was speaking about Lions Day, and that today being the see that lions are remembered. Please note, lions are the kings of the jungle, right? And you see, everybody acknowledges a lion as the king. Just like lion is the king of the jungle, we want that. You see, the chartered accountancy profession should be the leaders in finance, in taxation, in accounts and audit. And it is not enough for me and the Vice President or Rajendra Kumar or DC Mishra to say that you see we are good. It is very important that the world talks about that. Just like the whole jungle says that lion is the king. Similarly, the world must also speak about us that these guys are the leaders.
Yes.
And for that to happen, ladies and gentlemen, your conduct is so important. Your conduct is so important. So you see, you have to act in a manner befitting that of a chartered accountant, right? And we have so much in stake for you. I have with me Mr. G.C. Mishra. He's a newly elected council member. Now, what did we do in the morning today? We all of us we signed the results for the foundation exams. So what we are doing now, and this foundation exam results, since all of you might have just passed out the exams, if you have noted, we are trying to be that much more and more efficient. The time between the end of the examination and the declaration of results is getting reduced, right? So it's what we are trying to do in every step. We are trying to be that much more efficient. You see, yesterday we took a decision. Mr. Ji was there, the vice president was there, the exam committee. This time, when you fill up the form for your examination, it will be a much easier experience for you, much pleasant experience for you, because all this whole feeling we have linked it up with the SSP. So you see, you will feel that things are that much better. So what is the leadership trying to do? Leadership is trying to make it a very pleasant experience for you to be part of the institute and to exist under the umbrella of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We are trying to improve every day, trying to set the path for the future. And similarly, from all of you, the way Ranjit Agarwal and everybody is working hard, from all of you, we expect that you will work, you will conduct yourself in a manner that people they feel proud that we have chartered accountants like yours. When you come to the campus, please note you are our brand ambassadors. When you are in the campus, you are our brand ambassadors. If people speak well of you, then they speak well of me and the Vice President, Mr. Rajendra Kumar, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Ranjit Agarwal. They speak well of us. If they don't speak well of you, then in that case, our own prestige is dented. So keep that in your mind that your conduct is so important. We have a huge stake in you because to all of us, you are our future. You are the youth, you are our future. And we have a huge stake that you succeed and that you do well. You see, I wish all of you the very best, and needless to mention, the Institute will be always by your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful address, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have Chitle sir also, if you want to say.
He's not here. He's not here. He's not here now.
So
okay, all right.
Technical session starting at 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Your time and coming, sir.
Thank you.
inaugural session of our campus orientation program, which we are having for those members who could not attend the physical orientation. So I request you, Chawla sir, please address.
Good morning, all. First of all, I am thankful to my chairman, C. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal ji from Kolkata, the chairman of Committee for Member in Industry and Business, for giving me this opportunity to address all my newly qualified chartered accountants who are going today for this orientation program. And my best wishes to all of you for good opportunity in the industry. And we, as a committee for member in industry and business, it is our duty to serve our member who are into industry and business. So our this committee is organizing regularly this campus placement and orientation program, as well as mock test to our newly qualified members to get good jobs in the industry. So my best wishes to all of you, and best of luck. Thank you.
May I now request our chairman, sir, C. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal ji, to kindly address our young members, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, sir, Raj Chawla, sir. Good morning to all of you. As I rightly in the inaugural session has congratulated all of you for becoming a brand ambassador and chartered accountant. Friends, if you see that a bridge is being collapsed, then some natural resources are lost, some lives are lost. If a doctor makes a mistake and patient dies, some lives are lost. That's unfortunate. So by the negligence of a collapse of the bridge, the engineers may make some mistake, the doctors may make mistakes, some natural resource and lives are lost. But when a chartered accountant certify a wrong balance sheet or certifying the wrong financial statement, then he or she is breaking the trust of 1.3 billion people of this country. Entire country, only chartered accountant has been mandated to certify the financial statement. Hardly 3 out of 3.5 lakh CA, 1.5 lakhs are certifying the financial statement as a practicing CA, and more than 2 lakh like you is going to be in the corporate world, financial world, and being employed as a manager, CA, CFO. So we have a larger responsibility as far as this profession is concerned and this country is concerned. Wherever the money travel from X place to Y place, there is only one professional who can certify, that is chartered accountant. And if you see, there are 2/3 of this insolvency professional are chartered accountant. 2/3 of the valuation experts are chartered accountant. 90% of the forensic auditors are chartered accountant. GST expert, income tax, corporate law, private equity, project finance, you name it. Everywhere, chartered accountants are leading the show. And why chartered accountants are given so much of importance? If you see what is our emblem, our logo is a Garuda, eagle. And when Mr. Rishi Arvindo has given this eagle or a Garuda to Chartered Accountant Institute, he has something in his mind. He said, why chartered accountant and eagle, what are the similarity? If you see the eagle, it's fly high. Eagle has a sharp vision. Without any deviation, he has his vision on the target. Eagle does not eat the dead meat. He always go for the fresh meat. And when the eagle grows old, he hide behind the rock, plug his wings and wait when the new wings comes up. And when the new wings comes up, then he fly again. That means the chartered accountant has to fly high. He has his target on the balance sheet, financial statement. He can see what are the wrongdoings in the financial statement and continuously upgrade. Even if he grows old, he has to upgrade and relearn himself continuously. So these are the similarity of the eagle and the chartered accountant. That's why we got this logo or emblem as an eagle. लोग कहते हैं chartered accountants are working silently. That is also the characteristic of an eagle. Because if you see, there is a saying, झूठी शान में परिंदे यूं ही फड़फड़ाते हैं. झूठी शान में परिंदे यूं ही फड़फड़ाते हैं. बाज की उड़ान में तो आवाज ही नहीं होती. When eagle fly, there is no sound. So that means that they are like CA are working silently to restore the trust of this country, which they have been entrusted by the legislation of this parliament of this country. And that's why we are chartered accountants. And if you see the corporate world, of course, this profession has been designed for a practicing chartered accountant. But over the period of time, because of our diversification, because of our knowledge, because of competency, we have been now already contributing in the corporate world also. And that's why today chartered accountants are not confined to 10 to 5 data entry job, which earlier they used to do. They were accountant, bookkeeper, no. Now, Indian chartered accountants are working in the boardroom of a corporate house to frame the policy. They are contributing how the company can grow not as a chartered accountant, but as a owner of the company. If you are working in a corporate world as an employee, you cannot contribute anything because you will be confined. Your mindset will be, oh, I have to get the work, I have to get the salary, that's it. But if you are working in a company as an owner and not as an employee, then the company will grow. And if the company grow, we will grow. You know what is the characteristic of chartered accountant in India? Other professionals are growth which is not dependent on the growth of the country or growth of the corporate world. But in our case, if the company grow, I grow. If my client grow, I grow. That is the best part of this profession. That's why I'm proud that if I am able to contribute in the growth of my company, I'm happy. There are differences between being a wealthy person and a successful person. Not all wealthy person are successful. They are suffering. So what is the parameter of success? Get more and more money and you become successful? No. Getting money is important because money is important. But only getting the money is important? No. We have seen many wealthy person, they have a lot of money, but they are suffering. So if we want to grow, we should get the money, that's fine. But at the same time, we should also contribute for what we have been made for that. And there is a if you see the diversification of our profession, it's a KK Mistry from HDFC Bank, Jarin Daruwala from Standard Chartered Bank, and Nilesh Shah from Kotak Bank, Anil Singh from G Business, Rakesh Junjunwala, so many IAS, IPS, IRS, all these are chartered accountants are doing phenomenal job in other fields of this country. And what is the strength of that? What confidence they are deriving from that? They say, once I become a CA and I am going to take a risk in other field, even if I fail there, at least I am CA. I can do anything. That confidence this degree is giving to them, and that's why they are taking other risks. As far as interview is concerned, you may be oriented in the next session by various experts are there. They will orient you how to go for interview. In the interview, we have seen now you are a chartered accountant. Your knowledge, your subject expertise will not be the only criteria to judge you or recruit you. Chartered accountancy degree is just a entry or gate pass to be eligible to get interview board. But now your attitude, your confidence, your leadership skill, how you carry the people, your whole persona will decide where you want to go and how the company. Because we have seen the corporate house now look for those people who can be a problem solver, who can take the responsibility, and who can take the leadership position. In many corporate world, we have seen degree is not the criteria. We have seen 2 campuses before. a chartered accountant was hired for 20 lakh rupees. But within a month, he was fired. He was fired because he was not performing which he was supposed to perform or which was expected from him. On the other hand, there is a lady in last campus. She was asked 5 questions and she could not answer any of the questions. So then the interviewer board asked her, why I should take you in my company? So then she replied, sir, I may not be aware of these 5 questions you have asked, but I am a chartered accountant. My institute has taught me. The institute has conditioned my mind in the articleship period in such a way that I can learn, I can adapt, and I can deliver. On his answer, her answer, she was selected, in spite of not answering 5 technical questions. So technicality, the interview board know that you are a CA, you can learn, you can deliver. But whether you have the confidence, your attitude will decide your persona, your employability. So now corporate worlds are not looking you as a degree holder. Corporate worlds are taking you, giving you a chance because of CA, but now they look beyond that. And these are the reason many people are getting highest package and the highest position in the boardroom. There are 40,000 CA. 40,000 CA of Indian CA are working outside India. There is a huge demand for Indian CA outside India because of 3 reasons. We are hardworking, we are trustworthy, and we are adaptable. Whatever new things come, we adapt and then we deliver. And that's why your hard work, your persona, your confidence will decide how you are going to perform in that company. Most of the students we see, they don't have the vision, like which company, what they will do, what is their vision. All these things are missing in the youngster. The quick money is not the solution. Passion, purpose, and persuasions are 2 very important things in your life or everybody's life. And I always say that there are 2 important days of everybody's life. One is the day we are born. The day we are born. And the second is the day when we realize why we are born. If you know why you are born, your attitude, your everything will be decided in your direction, your attitude. So I wish all of you best of luck. We have our Central Council member, CA Chandrasekharji Chitle from Pune, and he is the chairman of the Directors Committee, and he's also the chairman of Peer Review Board. I request him to please guide this 4,000 chartered accountants who are live online to please give him the guidance with your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman of the committee, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal. We are witnessing that as far as this activity of orientation is concerned, pan India, it is being seamlessly organized. And I'm sure that whatever discussion that take place, that would be taken in right perspective by chartered accountants. Those who were yesterday students, today they have become professionals. Now, when we become professionals, certain additional responsibilities come on our shoulder. And those pair of young shoulders bear matured head. And I'm sure that whatever responsibilities, whatever challenges come in life, we will be able to take them in stride and deliver the goods more than what is demanded by the querist. Now, after qualifying as a chartered accountant, when sitting on interview table, at times chartered accountants respond, what we have observed is he wants to work in finance department, in taxation department. But friends, let me tell you that with finance, with taxation, and with such other disciplines, maybe accounting, auditing, maximum you will reach to the level of CFO. Actually, when we enter any organization, a vision of a professional should be to head that organization So he should be CEO. So you have to have 360-degree understanding of the organization where you are joining. Therefore, before you take a decision on joining any organization, I would rather solicit you first try to refine your liking. Because in the area which is of your liking, you will be able to deliver your maximum. In the area where you are put, whether you like it or not, then in that case, maybe being a chartered accountant, you will be able to adapt to those circumstances. But definitely, your mind will not be along with your work. So if you enter the area where your mind goes along with your work, I think you will be able to give better dividends. So whenever you are selected, supposing internal audit, you are selected in internal audit, but really you don't want to be an internal auditor or work as an internal auditor in a long run in your career, then please, rather than accepting it as a stopgap arrangement, please politely tell them that, okay, internal audit is not my forte, although I will be able to deliver, but let me not take the assignment. Also, don't go for interview. And this is because, let me see, with my experience with some colleagues, which we in initial period accepted this job of internal auditor, maybe they worked for 2-3 years. Thereafter, for 20, 30 years, they were struggling to come out of that brand of internal auditor. Because if any advertisement comes for any other post, maybe accounting, maybe taxation, maybe overall management, in that case, everybody said that he is not having a relevant experience. He has worked as an internal auditor. So for internal auditor, he was considered appropriate. But for other disciplines, although being a chartered accountant, he was able to deliver, he was not considered. So one mistake you make at the beginning, that will cost you in long run. So please avoid doing that. Secondly, please don't focus your ideology or initiative on this petty fields. Consider organization-wide so that one day you can head the organization. And these are days of smart working, so one will have to really not only work hard, but better is to work smart so that in lesser time you will produce more goods, and that is required by the industry, by the trade, commerce, because in highly competitive world, pricing is not in your hands, but managing costs in your hand. So that becomes possible with multitasking. And the better this particular phenomena can be explained with one incident. And in Hindi, I'm sure that in Kolkata, Hindi is also understood well.
This is all India program, sir.
It's all India program, so it's okay. So those who don't understand, I will tell in English also. वो उनकी गलियारे में 100 चक्कर लगाते रहे, वो उनकी गलियारे में 100 चक्कर लगाते रहे, बट कोई एक आया और सिर्फ 7 फेरे लगा के उन्हें ले गया. So this is not that era where you go on 100 times in the area where your fiancé stays, but you have to just have 7 fere in wedding and the fiancé will be yours for life. So work smart, not hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for a very wonderful address to our young members. So we'll now start our technical session, sir. We are right on time. So with the permission of the chair, sir, may we start our technical session, please?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you, Chitli sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. So, C. Abdul Rahim, please. Yeah, we'll just start in a moment because there are still I think 1 minute left. So we'll just begin with C. Abdul Rahim. So he is expected to join us any moment.
Yes, welcome Abdul ji. Abdul ji has joined.
Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you for taking your time, sir. So we are just beginning with your session, sir. So, see Abdul Karim on the subject facing the interview board. Now the virtual session is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I share my presentation? Okay. Is my screen visible?
It is building, sir. It says, yeah.
So a very good morning to everyone, and thank you for joining in today's session, which is about facing the interview board, my particular session. And I want to share, based on my experience of working in the corporate sector, being part of so many interview processes, how can we as newly qualified chartered accountants better face the interview board? How can we better equip ourselves to find that which we are working towards? Is it? Just try. Is it there now? Okay. Is it there now? Not yet. Once more. Is it there now? It's not coming to the screen. Is it okay now? Oops. Is it okay now? No.
Sir, we can see your screen, but it is not in the slide mode.
Okay.
Because of the next slides are off. No, sir, now it has gone off.
Yes, I'm just sharing it again. Let's see if we can see it now. Is it?
Yes.
Is it now?
Yes, perfectly fine, sir. Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so as I was mentioning, my purpose is to share some experiences of how to face the interview board, what kind of mindset to keep, how we can get that job that we're really looking after, being professionals from the Chartered Accountant Institute as well. So first thing that I want to share about is the mindset that we should have for this. A lot of people go into an interview thinking that they need to really get this job, and they want to do anything to be able to get it. They prepare, they watch a lot of videos, they try and understand from people who appeared what exactly works. And they write down all those tricks. They try to follow all those tricks to be able to get that job. Let me share with you a different perspective. First of all, let's try what kind of mindset you should have. Whenever you understand that people are hiring, that means an organization is looking to recruit people, I want you to keep this philosophy in mind. People hire people. People select people. This entire process is not a computerized objective test in which only the most eligible person will get selected. Because one, the people who are selecting are people. And second, they're also hiring people. They're not hiring qualified certificates only. So that's why I want to emphasize that on both sides, that means you as a person who's presenting yourself to the interview board is a person whom they want to know, is a person beyond just your degree, is a person with certain qualities, even beyond the technical skills that you have. And that's what they want to know. Second, the person who's interviewing you is also a human being who has certain thoughts, certain views, certain biases, and those may also influence the way they look at you. So it is not a mechanical objective process. For example, two people equally qualified go for an interview. One gets selected, the other does not. What conclusion can you make? He is better than me. Not necessarily. There may be different reasons. Marks may be the same, but there could be a different reason that he's been selected. He may be more appropriate or she may be more appropriate for that industry, and you may not be. But you might find yourself better placed for a different industry where they understand your qualities better suiting that work culture. So please, let's understand that there are people on both sides, and you as a person need to highlight your entire personality, your entire persona, and then look at the other side and see what kind of things would appeal to them and be able to address that. So this is the mindset change I want to happen. It's not like we desperately want a job. They desperately want good people. Trust me, I was just in an HR meeting before this, and the biggest problem we are still discussing is recruiting the right people. If we think that there's a shortage of jobs, let me tell you, there is no shortage for good people. There is a shortage of jobs for people who are not ready to go beyond the obvious, ready to go beyond the normal. So this is a continuing issue, and therefore, let's understand this. A job is a mutual need. A job is a mutual need. Let's understand that as the mindset we keep as we move ahead. The second thing I want us to remember is an interview is a business meeting. Somehow we think of, let's say when you were in your article shift days and you had to meet up with the MD of the company to make your presentation about your audit observations, you do a lot of preparation, right? You'd sit down and make all your notes, you'd make all the evidence together so that if he or she asks some data, you'll be able to present it at the immediately. Your partner, senior partner would be there, and he or she would also be asking questions. You'd be ready with all those answers mentally. Why? Because you understand the significance of this meeting. It's an important business meeting. An interview is also a similar business meeting. I want you to see it as that. Not just an opportunity to get a job, but an important business meeting. And therefore, your entire preparation should be such. So the first mindset I gave is, remember this, that people hire people. The second is that an interview is a business meeting. Keep both these theories in mind. The next thought process, the mindset that I want to give you is that we have a lot of aspects of our personality, of our degree, of our qualifications when you go over there, right? So the important thing that employers look for are a couple of these things: education, training, soft skills and qualities, work experience, and appearance and impression. Now, what do you think is the number one importance in all these? What do you think matters the most? I know we can't perhaps have a response on chat right now, but I want you to ask yourself, what do you think is the most important? From all the presentations I've made this, perhaps what I get is education and training. Obviously, coming from a professional background, that's what we think really matters a lot. What's the number two important thing? And they would say maybe soft skills and qualities. And what's number three? They'd say, okay, work experience. And what's four? Appearance and impression. Well, you're perfectly right to think like that. But when this is asked to employers, to ask to people who actually recruit, guess what they say, or how many percent people rate as the most important thing? You'll be surprised, or maybe surprised to know the actual order of these. The number one thing that they look at, or rather that they are influenced by when they look at an interview, of course, these are only at the interview process, is work experience is 10%. 10% of the importance. Next, 35% is given to soft skills and qualities. 35%, very significant. 1/3 of your entire judgment is made based on soft skills and qualities. But the highest level goes to appearance and impression. Appearance and impression. 45%, a little less than half of the entire weightage goes to that. What kind of comfort do you give to that person? What kind of promise do you hold? Because after all, nobody can assess how you will perform in maybe 5 years, 10 years, based on a 30-minute interview, right? So they need to get that feeling of comfort with you, and that comes from appearance and impression. And education and training, frankly speaking, is 10%. Why is that? Because you're coming from such a highly regarded and respected institute, having passed the examination, often said to be the most difficult examination in the world. So education and training, you are almost equal. Training and work experience, you're almost equal because you all come with that same qualification. What's going to really differentiate you is your soft skills and qualities, your appearance and impression. Why am I emphasizing this? Because often when we go into an interview, we keep talking about our qualification, we keep talking about our marks, we keep talking about our experience, but we don't really emphasize on these other aspects, the soft skills and qualities that I have, the appearance and impression that I'm going to make, the skills that I'm able to show and demonstrate in that meeting. You might have a lot of skills. For example, you might say, I've got great leadership skills, but unless you can demonstrate and give that impression to them in that meeting, they're not going to listen to it. So therefore, please understand that all these aspects, the most important things are what impression you give, what feeling you give, how do you make them feel, and of course, the soft skills and qualities. I'm giving you this context again so that we can go into the interview with the right framework. Another aspect I want to give you as a concept before we move ahead is there was a 3-year study on new hires, people who joined a company and worked with them. And out of this study of maybe 20,000 people, it was found that a large number of them, 46% of them were asked to leave or left themselves within 18 months. Within 18 months. What am I trying to emphasize with this? What I'm trying to say is that your qualification, your degree, your chartered accountancy certificate is a very good entry point. But you need to learn, adapt, and grow to retain the job. To retain the job. Getting a job is the first process, but you need to continually work almost every day to be able to retain it, to be able to grow with it, and to be able to benefit.
आप नहीं खर्च करोगे, ऑर्डर आप कर दो, ठीक है ना? पैसे मत लेना, बिल्कुल मत देना है, सभी के लिए.
Sorry,
केवल बहनों के लिए, बेटियों के लिए मंगाना. लड़कों के लिए नहीं. ये तरसेंगे देख के तुम्हें. चलो सर. तो उधर पे करना है.
Okay. Moving on to, after this basic introduction to the mindset that we should have, let's move ahead to what do we need in order to appear effectively before an interview board. Understanding the requirement. Okay, tell me, which part of the bicycle would you really see when you are going to buy a bicycle? What would make your decision change? Would it be the tires? Would it be the handle? Would it be the chain? Would it be the springs? Would it be the decor? Would it be the bell? What would actually make you decide whether you want to buy a particular cycle or a bicycle? Obviously, for different people, it will be different things. But you'd ask me, sir, we can't really look at one thing and decide that, right? We need to see how it looks in totality, right? We need to see every aspect and then whether it appeals to me. It must have a utility. It must be able to do what I want to do. It must look good and it must suit me. That is when I will really buy it, right? So no particular item is important or insignificant. In the sense, everything together and the way it comes together is what really makes the magic work. I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to say. Your degree, your qualification is one aspect, one component of your entire personality. But that's not going to be the basis of the decision that's going to be made. The basis of the decision is going to be, of course, based on the utility, it's going to be based on the impression, and it's going to be based on the comfort level that they have. So you need to be able to demonstrate the whole package as you go in. Not one item will be most important, but no item will be unimportant. You can't say it doesn't matter, it looks very good, but it doesn't have a brake. That's fine. No, you need it. You can't say it doesn't have a tire. It needs it. So all these are important, but the way it comes together is the most important. Let's move ahead to, let's say, utility-wise. What are we really looking? Now, let's say you want to go on a mountain trek with this bike. What are you going to look for? You're going to look for whether the tires are tubeless. You're going to look for whether this tire can handle stress. You're going to look for whether this tire can manage the terrain that I'm looking for. That's what I'm going to look for. And that's what a person also looks for when they're interviewing you. So you need to understand what are they exactly looking for. Just like what you look for in a bike, what are they looking for in you? So try and understand, for example, in this particular stage, your question could be, can it handle challenges? Similarly, look at the scope of work, look at the job profile that you're interviewing for. What kind of skills, what kind of qualities, what kind of person would they really want? Would they want a person who's a quiet person who's continuing to do his job very well, effectively? Or are they looking for somebody who's going to be outgoing and work with a team to be able to make a transformation in the organization? And try to see how you can project yourself being able to meet that requirement. Trust me, the ability to match their need is going to be more important than the marks on your certificate. I've seen that. I've been recruiting people, and we have been taking people who suit the job profile, who suit the organizational culture, who suit the new requirement. Much more important. We're giving more importance to that than just the marks. So again, two people walk in, similar people, same marks, but one person meets my requirements, or at least is able to demonstrate the ability to meet my requirements. That person gets the job. So try and understand, go through each small thing, try and study the company, see what is the problem. For example, they might want to we are strengthening our internal audit division, and we want to recruit a team of 6 chartered accountants. Let's say that's the profile. You need to understand why are they enhancing, why are they strengthening the internal audit department? What kind of issues have happened? You might get something in the news. Try and relate all these. And then when you speak over there and say, well, we understand the kind of impact that bad news makes on an organization like yours. We understand that recently in the news, there has been some news about your company. And we understand that because of that, you're going ahead with this strengthening of the internal audit process. Let me tell you, I have worked on similar projects during my training process, and I have been able to bring in savings to identify areas of improvement and enhance the productivity of this organization by so and so percentage. Do you think this is going to connect or not? As an employer, as a person who's recruiting people, I can tell you these words are like music to my ears. If they can identify the need and see how they're going to fix it, they have the job. So understand the requirement in as much detail. If you have somebody there, find out, try to understand what exactly are they looking for in this job. If you can't, try and use it from public sources, and then be very, very candid when you talk about it. This is what I heard. I may be wrong, but this is what I understand. Now, there are two aspects. We all have heard that, and we've learned a lot about this: hard skills and soft skills. Hard skills are things like what we are very proud of course, our qualifications, our chartered accountancy certificate, right? Our analytical skills, our ability to analyze, our logical skills, even our technical skills. So all these are the hard skills. And to a large extent, they are similar because of the population that we're right now talking, right? And these are your friends, your colleagues, and your competitors, right? Because everyone here is having a similar level of education and skills because they've gone through the same course. But what is different, or what makes you different, is the other box. That's the soft skills. And that's what I said is something that makes 1/3 of the interview decisions. What are those skills? Emotional intelligence. We haven't talked a lot about this, but I believe GMCS does include some aspects of this, about how you handle stress, about how you deal with problems, about how you work with a team. What is your relationship with yourself? What is your relationship with the people around you? All these things become a part of emotional intelligence. Rapport building. How easily are you able to put people at comfort when you talk to them, right? That would be a test at the interview board itself, right? Whether those people feel comfortable with you, whether you are able to make them feel comfortable, or they still feel odd and you still feel odd. Rapport building is a part of that. People skills. Increasingly, organizations are looking for people who can work with people, knowing very well that none of us can do all the types of work that are needed. What we need is to get people to do things. Being a chartered accountant, you might be put in charge of an organization, in charge of a team, in charge of a department. How are you going to be able to make those people work with you? There is a story I remember about a governor who went to meet a very wise, saintly person. A very important person, a very politically powerful person. He went to meet him and he offered him some gifts. And he, after just about to leave, he said, "I'd like you to give me some advice." He looked at the governor and he said, "Learn to give orders. The governor smiled and he said, I already know that. I've been a governor for a long time, He looked at him again, smiled and said, learn to give orders without making the other person feel inferior. Fantastic advice. It's absolute epitome of advice for delegation, for leadership, for team management. Can you do that? Can you make people work for you without them feeling bad? Can you make people work for you thinking it is their work which they are doing? Can you make people feel the ownership that you feel? That's so important as people skills. Do you have these? Now, my question is right now identifying these skills. I'll come to how to demonstrate these skills. It's fine if you have these skills, but unless you demonstrate it, nobody will know. Management skills. How are you able to manage people, motivate people, inspire people, right? Today, we talk a lot about management and leadership. And we say management is about getting the thing done. Leadership is about making the person want to get that thing done. Today, we are looking at people wanting to do things. We're wanting to have people inspire, lead, and therefore communication is a key skill. Your entire GMCS aspect is supposed to be focused on this, because even the CA Institute realizes that we do provide a lot of technical education. We do provide a lot of experience and learning on the job. And this is a skill that has been added on with the GMCS component, that unless you can really communicate what you know, you're no better than a person who doesn't know, right? So therefore, communication skills. And this is the most important test in an interview. After all, what is an interview? It's a communication, it's a meeting, right? So they could have as well asked you to send your resume and select based on that. But why do they look for an interview? Because of a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is they want to see your communication skills. Two, they want to go beyond your CV and ask you certain questions. Those are a couple of reasons why they have the interview board and interview process. So whereas you're already strong on the hard side, hard skills, that means keep your focus on that. Don't take it away. Make sure you can talk about these technical, analytical, logical, and qualification skills that you have, but also start thinking about equally leveraging and displaying your soft skills. Because as an organization, to me, that's more important than the hard skills. All right. So let's understand what are the soft skills that we require when you apply for a job. When you're looking at a job, try to identify that. How do you prepare for the job? Once you've identified the requirements, you're now mentally prepared. These are the kind of requirements that we have. Now let me start preparing. So before that, let's tell me, why should you prepare for an interview? I've told you an interview is a business meeting, right? I want you to look at it as a match you're playing, right? You've gone into a stadium and you're going to be playing a cricket match, let's say. But let's see, what are we actually going to be doing over there? It's an opportunity for you to market yourself. There are two things you're supposed to be doing. One is marketing yourself. And I'm not talking about it in a very commercial way, but about in a way that you need to at least display your qualities to be able to put it across to them that this is what I can do. If you just remain quiet, it's your CV which speaks. But when you speak, you add the emphasis. Let me say, I just shared with you this PowerPoint presentation today. Without my speaking, would it convey the impact? It wouldn't. It would be just a drab text and maybe some pictures. So is your CV. Your CV comes alive when you speak. For example, your vision says, I want to make a change in this world. And you appear an absolutely unenthusiastic person in the interview. Do you think they're going to trust the CV? So you have got to live your CV. You've got to make your CV come alive. You've got to market yourself with those qualities. You say, I've got a fantastic analytical mind. And they ask you a question and you're unable to answer that. You're not living up to what you said in the CV, right? So please understand that whatever you said in the CV should be lived up to and promoted and marketed right then. So interview is an opportunity to market yourself. The other thing that it is supposed to do is to minimize the employer's risk. We as employers or people who are employing want to minimize the need to recruit people repeatedly. We'd like to have a person who's going to be with us, who is going to match our needs, who's going to help us grow, who's going to continue with us for a long term. So how do I minimize the risk? So for example, if you talk about things which we will talk about, which are called green flags, then I get those comfort. For example, I feel somebody says, I'm looking, at a job which will be a place where I can grow for the next 10 years, 5 years. That's something that gives me comfort. But if somebody says, I'm looking at this because I'm planning to go abroad and study in a couple of years, that's a red flag. I don't get that, the comfort of protecting my organization. So try and see what you should say to market yourself, what you should say to minimize the employer's risk. These are the aspects you should keep in mind when you go for an interview. Now, question is, when does your interview start? A lot of us would say, well, when we walk into the room, when we shake hands, when we smile and things like that. But actually your interview starts, and we've talked about this a little bit, when you send in your resume. A lot of you have already sent your resumes, I hope, and I'm sure some of you have already got calls and you'll be appearing for the interview soon. But start with your resume. I can confess that I have rejected people at the resume level because of a spelling error. Because a resume is not about your information only. It's about your personality speaking through your words. And if you make an error, if you make a mistake, if you make a spelling error over there, what it tells me is you don't recheck. You don't look at the small errors. And for you, they're not important. But they're important for me. They're important for my organization. So I just, screen you out. So remember this, your interview starts from your resume, because that's what's going to be in their hand as they talk to you. So start working on your resume even before you start working on the interview. That's just an advice. So how to face the interview, well, the first step is looking at the resume. Some of you may not have seen this film, or some of you may have. It's called Raju Ban Gaya Chentu. And I still remember this scene, although I must have seen it maybe 10, 15 years ago. In this, Shah Rukh Khan is a struggling engineer. He wants a job and he's unable to get a job, but he moves to this big company, which is a construction and real estate company. And he's over there talking about his job. And they ask, why should we recruit you, or why should we should keep you? And he says, because I can save you 20 crore rupees, let's say some figure, 20 crore rupees in your ongoing project. And they say, how is that? He says, well, I've studied your ongoing project and I've realized that you're using a technology for construction that has recently been changed, that has been updated. And because of which, if you use these kind of technologies, you could actually save so much on cement, so much on the rods, so much on the various materials of construction. And therefore, you could actually save 20 crores on your existing project. And the board is flustered, looks at their technical colleague who does some calculations, and he says, sir, he's right. You know what that means? This person has taken the effort to study the company, has taken the effort to understand how he or she can add value to the company, and is able to demonstrate it by proving it and communicating it effectively. I want you to keep this in mind. Of course, not all of us can make that kind of filmy entry and filmy interview. But the idea is, have you made the effort to understand the company, their problems, where the shoe pinches, and what could be done based on your understanding? It's not enough to know the problems. I know your company has a problem, but I don't have a solution. No. Try and see based on your experience, based on your knowledge, based on your reading, what could be possible solutions, and offer it over there. It means a lot. So preparing for the interview means understanding the issues in the organization, the need for the job, and what kind of solutions could come. In a panel interview, right, you may be in a team of people. In fact, this is a scene from that same film where there are a number of people looking at them. I want to give you some advice, because usually it's not going to be a one-to-one interview, especially if it's a campus interview, because they need to have a lot of people to be able to decide together whether they need to recruit you or somebody else. So what are the kind of people that will be there, and what kind of things should you do in mind? There'll be people from various functional roles. There'll be people from the HR. And you need to make each one feel very comfortable with you. Remember that? Appearance and impression. So have eye contact with each participant. Everybody in the team must feel, everybody in the room must feel that I was given acknowledgement by this person. Nobody should feel uncomfortable or left out in the discussion. The second thing you should do is give certain examples that will relate to them. For example, if somebody is there from a technical team, you could talk about that. For example, you as a finance person would understand this, that internal audit is something which other departments feel is a burden on them. But without it, our entire financial system would not work. So you can give something to include them. So you as a technical person will obviously be interested in your sales, but without having this would not work. So you're going to make people feel included and important. As I said, address different interest groups. Some people going from technical, some from HR, some from finance, and therefore you need to relate to all of them. And you use this opportunity to show your communication and presentation skills. And I will share some tips, although I'm sure all of you have attended your GMCS and have been able to enhance your communication skills. This is also a public speaking opportunity. You may not be standing up and speaking on a grand topic. You may be sitting down and speaking in a one-to-one mode on yourself, but it is a presentation and meeting skills opportunity as well. And demonstrate your thinking process, right? So as I said, as Shah Rukh Khan was demonstrating his thinking and the value-added process over there, try and see how you can add value. For example, they might ask you, what do you think about the increase in the repo rate right now? What do you think is going to happen? What is your view on the consolidation of banks? You need to be able to think about this, right? We've had a consolidation of banks happen a year or so ago. What is your view on that? What do you think is going to happen in the future? What do you think about the economy? What do you think about FDI inflows, et cetera, et cetera? Is the stock market overpriced? All these type of things. Now, there are no right or wrong answers. It's only a question of your process of thinking. What they want to know is, how does this person think? Obviously, they don't want you to go and solve the economic problems because they are a company, right? So they want to see the process, the kind of thinking process you apply so that they can understand how you would apply that in the organization. So demonstrate your thinking process as well. Now we come to the interaction. So you've prepared, you've studied, you've actually mentally thought about all the areas. You've thought about how I'm going to deal with the panel, and you are now kind of ready for the interaction. Now, as I said, think of it as a cricket match and look at each question that comes your way as deliveries that come from a bowler, right? Now, there are two types of deliveries that will come. One, a delivery that you can hit for a 6. The other, where you will just defend, okay? Now, what are these two types of questions? The first is questions which actually ask in the sense, why should we hire you? Talk about your qualities, what is so great about you, give an example of this, give an example of that. All these are opportunities to market yourself, right? So why should we hire you? Keep talking about that. Use it at the right opportunity. Don't talk too much about it, but the idea is talk impactfully about it. Talk in a way that will make them understand what you are capable of doing. And the second type of questions are the ones which you defend. Which you defend means you actually do not talk too much about it. You actually try and move ahead from there. Why shouldn't we hire you? Is the kind of risk mitigation questions, right? Risk mitigation. So, for example, they say, talk about your weaknesses. You understand? Oh, that's not something why should we hire you? It's why we shouldn't hire you. So try and you ease it, move quickly, and then move ahead. Don't start talking, oh, sir, I've got this terrible problem. I just can't focus on my work. I've been trying to do it for the last 20 years. How are you going to get a job if you do that, right? I'm not saying be dishonest, be very honest. And you say, well, I have a problem sometimes of focusing on one thing because my mind is always picking up the next big thing. That could be a way of talking about it. But if you start talking about, I'm unable to focus and you really, hit it for a 6, you're out. So you've got to defend certain questions and you've got to use certain questions to your advantage, as I mentioned. So these are the type of questions when you move there. But one more important thing is be energetic and enthusiastic, because this one quality is more important than all the others. The appearance and impression part, remember? Appearance and impression. Be enthusiastic. Everybody wants a live wire. You see, we've been around, I've been around for 25 years now in the industry and the profession. We want live wires coming in to even charge us up, to even challenge our thinking, to come up with new ideas, new ways of addressing problems, new ways of looking at the world. We want enthusiastic people, people who are ready to look at things a different way, who are ready to tell us to look at things in a different way. As I think Vince Lombardi said, if you aren't fired with enthusiasm, you will be fired with enthusiasm. So I would say demonstrate your enthusiasm as you're over there. Show them that you're a person who's a live wire, a person who's got thoughts, who's got ideas, who's got qualifications, experience, who's got a wise head on strong shoulders, and who's ready to put his or her full effort to the company to make it really, really good. Whenever you're asked a question in an interview, remember, you need to speak the truth and you need to also give evidence for that. This is judicial system in India. It says that truth, even if it's obvious, needs to be proved with evidence. It may think normal, it may think very natural or obvious or logical, but still you need to prove it with evidence. So whenever you say something, whenever you even establish something, so for example, have you worked in a team? Yes, sir, I worked in a team. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. You need to give the evidence. How we give the evidence, I'll talk about that. But remember this, whenever you say, a lot of interviews we see, and we just say, and then the next person asks, so when did you work in a team? Now, instead of that, if you move ahead, you actually say, so for example, sir, I was part of a team that was looking at the entire consolidation process of this company. And we managed the entire accounts and made it in a record time of 15 days, whereas the last time it had taken maybe 2 months or something like that, right? So we are talking about a team. So we had people from all the teams working there, and I was behalf of the auditors, and we worked, about an 8-member team, etc. So put the evidence on. So this is the way that you work with the evidence on. This is called the STAR trick. Okay, so use 4 alphabets: STAR. That means the situation. What was the task? What was the action I took? And what was the result I got? For example, the situation was, for example, you say, I was working for this company, sir, and we had to do a consolidation of 15 group companies, and it was being done by IFRS standards, and it was the first time they were going to do it. So it was a big task. We needed a team of all the 15 companies coming together. So we had about 8 people who were the finance officials there, and I was there on behalf of the audit team. And we worked day in and day night for the next 15 days. And as a result, we got the accounts prepared and submitted within time, whereas actually it took them about 2 months in the previous year. So what have I done? I talked to the situation. Yeah, they needed this. What was my task? My task was to be there on behalf of the auditors and help them in consolidating. What was the action I took? I stayed with them for day and night to be able to work with them, 8-member team. And eventually the result was we achieved much faster than the earlier team. So therefore, I'm giving the STAR trick to convey my perception, to convey my aspect of this particular task. So this is how you emphasize and convey the evidence. Very quickly, I just want to give you some red and green flags. Employers that when you say something like this or behave something like this, they see a red flag. Oh, that's a negative, that's a no-no. And some which are a green flag. Okay, so very quickly, what are the red flags? What are things that, even if otherwise your interview goes well, but if you do some of these things or one of these things, you're likely not going to be invited for the next round. Vagueness or gaps, nobody likes that. So try and understand, why did you take so long to complete your CA examination? Well, sir, so many reasons. Not good enough. Sir, I could not get through. I was trying, but did not. Not good enough. Try and understand why. Sir, it took me a long time to actually understand the exact skills that I would need to pass. That's why, sir, although it took me 4 years to complete my intermediate, I completed my final in the first attempt. That makes sense. Vagueness and gaps do not make sense. And the way to get these answers is not going to come over there when you're in the interview board, right? You've got to think about it beforehand. Become your own interviewer. Become your own critic. Ask yourself the questions that you think they would like to ask. Why did it take you so long? Why have you got such a low score on this subject or that subject? Try and understand and give the reasons so that there's no vagueness or gaps. And be honest about it. I'm not talking about making some excuse. Be honest about it. Sir, I was distracted this time. I had suddenly picked up, a passion for this particular sport, and I was into that. And so I could not focus on this or whatever. Second is opinionated. Opinionated means having a strong opinion without sound reason. A strong opinion without sound reason. Oh, sir, the economy is not going to grow, sir. That's fine, sir. It's not going to grow. So, oh no, 5 trillion economy, sir, it's not going to happen. Just opinionated. What is the reason for that? If you can demonstrate a thinking process without being too strongly opinionated, that's fine. But if you just be very dismissive, if you just be very opinionated, sir, I'm looking at a job outside India because I don't think there's a future. That's not good. So opinionated is not good because that means you're quick to jump to conclusions without having a thorough process. That's not good for any company. Opinionated is a red flag. Lack of attention. Today's generation, especially all of you, the biggest problem we find is distractions. So many distractions. I mean, I don't know, Ranjit ji was there and myself and all of us grew up in a world where there was no internet, where there was no telephone, no mobile phone, and no distractions the way we have them today, right? So What is found out today, and I don't know whether you know this study, but it has been found that human beings' attention span is now shorter than that of a goldfish. Shorter than that of a goldfish. 8 seconds is shorter than that of a goldfish. So what we need today, people, in fact, I mean, there are a lot of youth that we get in interviews, but what we need are people who are having focus, who are having attention, who can pursue, who can persist, who will not give up, will continue to work on that without getting distracted. If you demonstrate actions, for example, if you're looking around, your eyes are darting around, you're shifting from topic to topic, you're being, itchy with your hands or moving around, those are distractions. And those show that the person is unable to really focus. So there are some people from HR who actually are there to pick up those cues. So be careful about how you're able to pursue this, to demonstrate this. What are the green flags? Okay, what are the things that if you do, people will really say, oh yeah, this person is fine. Okay, he or she may not have known the answer, may not have had great marks on the CV, but still these qualities are what make this person worth taking. Specific contribution. Instead of saying general things, I'm making specific contributions. Sir, I worked on the consolidation process, and I was responsible for looking at all the inter-branch accounts, and I could do that by involving all of them and getting it reconciled within time. Fantastic. Rather than saying I helped in the process, right? So specific contribution. Second is enthusiasm. I can't emphasize this enough. Enthusiasm is something that will take you a very long way. So keep sure you show yourself as being enthusiastic. What are the green flags? Stability. I talked about it, right? People need people who will be there for a long time. So stability in family life, stability in profession. I mean, for example, a chartered accountant comes and says, well, sir, I'm doing this. I want to join this company, but I'm looking at trying an MBA in 2 years from now. Stability is that question, right? So try and demonstrate stability if you can. Aspiration. What do you want to achieve in life? Sir, CA was my dream. Sir, I've achieved it. Where's your aspiration level next? So you say, sir, I've achieved CA as a first step to my bigger impact, bigger objective of making a difference. I want to use my skills to help the companies move up in their revenues or move their profitability ratios higher, whatever. So aspiration. What is it that you're aspiring to? Again, align these with the requirements of the company so that you can match the requirement. Finally, in today's world, today we are having a lot of virtual interviews. And I want to give you some advice on that in case you have a virtual interview, because we do have some of these as the first round screening. Now, if you don't know these tricks, you're not even going to go to the next round, which is a personal interview round. So having this, let me just give you some tips on working on this. Remember on having a good background. A lot of us don't understand the importance of this, and we think that it doesn't really matter where I am. They're after all interviewing me. No, they aren't. They are in a physical room, but when they are looking at this, they are looking at the entire thing. They're also looking at the unkept clothes behind you or the fallen light behind you. They also show. So make sure you have a neutral background, either a plain background or something that's looking good aesthetically. So that's very important. Second is work on the audio part. Audio, better to use a mic like this or some other lead so that your voice moves across very clearly and there is no disturbance from the outside, right? So make sure you look at the audio in a way where there is no disturbance, a room which is absolutely, have a professional look. Now, you might think that, I don't need to really dress professionally. It's only a virtual interview. No, but look at the person in the photograph now and be dressed as you would go for a physical interview. In fact, that makes you feel better and makes you also perform like you are in a professional interview. Avoid disturbances. Sometimes some sounds you will not even listen, but they will be caught. So if necessary, do a test call with somebody to see whether voice is clear, there's any disturbances or not, whether I'm in the center, whether the background is looking all right. Do all that. Light, whether the light is coming properly on. All these things need to be looked at before you can go from that. Next is address the camera. Now, I've been speaking to you for so long. I've been looking at the camera right through, rather than looking at my slides. If I start looking at my slides, I'll be like this. If I start looking at something else, I'll be like this. And you will feel disconnected, don't you? So similarly, anybody it's like shifting eyes when in a physical interview, right? So look at the camera and start practicing. It's not easy to do that. Start doing that, talking to it on the camera for some time, and you'll get to be more comfortable doing that. And finally, when you're doing this interview, close all other programs. I've been on virtual interviews where I've heard the ding, 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 or the WhatsApp coming up. And what does that give me? This person is perennially on WhatsApp. I don't need this person. This person hasn't got even the sanitizing method of closing those programs when he or she is in the interview. So close all programs, make sure your machine is restarted, has no technical glitches when it will happen, and make sure you give a good impression. Smile, be enthusiastic on camera as you would be in real life. So that's, I think, finally what I'd like to talk about is the iceberg effect. I mean, all of us know the iceberg effect and the iceberg factor. What looks at what is visible above is the personality, right? Is the top of the iceberg. That's only 10%. And that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about all those things that you can talk about and present about your personality, but that's only 10%. What actually is below the below the water level is the character, is who you are, what values you hold, how you believe, what you act, why you act. And no matter how much I tell you about embellishing and decorating your personality, it's not going to last you unless you're looking at changes below. So I'm not giving you a bag of tricks for you to go and put in your interview. What I'm really asking you is look at changes if you need to in your character, because that's what's going to keep you there. That's what's going to make you grow. It's not about getting in. It's about staying in. It's about growing in. And for that, I just quote this line of Rumi, the poet. He says, either appear as you are or be as you appear. Either appear as you are or be as you appear. So I'd like to give you this as a final thought, as I wish you all the best for your interviews. And I hope that you all do really exceedingly well as professionals, as ambassadors of this profession, of this institute, and of our people who will make this country go to even greater heights. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you so very much, sir. A very wonderful session, sir. And I'm very happy to share with you as well as with our next faculty, Sushil Agrawal ji, that as I speak to you, sir, we have 5,470 newly qualified persons watching you, sir. So they are all benefited thanks to you, sir. Sir, now our next session is from CS Sushil Agrawal ji, who will be addressing on corporate expectations from the newly qualified ones. Sir, the virtual session, sir, the virtual dice is now yours. Thank you, Mr. Sushil Agrawal ji. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to Chairman, sir, Ranjit Agrawal ji, for giving me this opportunity. I am Shishir Agrawal, practicing chartered accountant based at Jaipur, and I delivered more than 500 lectures in GMCS and other corporates in front of chartered accountants, in front of corporates, and what are the expectations of from a chartered accountant by the corporates and ICI. So, namaskar. Here I start that the important part is today I am going to deliver on corporate expectations from chartered accountants. Before that, I would request each one of you that don't forget your alma mater ICI. Always respect your ICI, because whatever we are today is because of our alma mater ICI. Okay, so initially in the inaugural session, President Sir was saying that CAs, you people are the brand ambassadors of ICI in campus. Why? He was saying that we have plenty of examples of renowned CAs in all over the India, be it Nanalai Kidwai, HSBC Group. She is Padam Shri Award winner. K. Rahman Khan, Union Minister. TV Mondas 5, Infosys, again Padam Shri Award. Kumar Mangalam Bidla, Piyush Goyal, Suresh Prabhu, the Big Bull Rakesh Junjunwala, and Deepak Parekh, HDFC Bank. They are the gem of the personalities, and they have achieved something bigger in their career and built Fortune 500 companies and built Fortune 500 companies, and these are their achievements. So this is corporate wants from a chartered accountant, that you should have that much of capabilities that you can showcase your capabilities as well as your company's capabilities, your company's product, your company's financial things to the outside world. The important part is technically we are very strong, we are very smart, and we are fair enough to address our technical skills. The time goes, my friends, the time has already gone. In that, we are there to prepare financial statements only. We were used to do the audit of financial statements, the internal audit of financial statements, or moreover, the taxation matters we were just solving in any type of concern. Now the time is changed. I can see many chartered accountants, many my colleagues, and many other senior chartered accountants are working with many PSUs, many PSBs, Fortune 500 companies, and they are handling the matter in marketing. They are handling matters in sales. They are gone into cost cutting. One of my senior is working with ITC in cost department, and he is just finding out the ways to curtail the cost. So not our area of financials. Financial statements are the backbone for a chartered accountant, for a company, because finance is a blood. But at the same time, my friends, now the time has changed. Many companies, CFO, CEO are chartered accountants. So we have to showcase our capabilities like that we can show, we can grow, we should grow ourselves also, and we help them, our company, to grow. That's why Ratan Tata once said, I think all of you must have already listened that I need MBAs to run the business, but I need chartered accountants also to let the MBAs know how to run a business. So that is a very big compliment by Ratan Tata ji for chartered accountant fraternity. So friends, here are some, one more example also, my friends. Like I was talking about technical skills. Like we chartered accountants, like IITians, the technical people, they belong to mechanical, electrical, and different sectors of electricity or technical things. But chartered accountants are not for financial things. But IITians nowadays, they are taking trades in now NASDAQ, Dow Jones, other European markets, Chinese markets. And we chartered accountants are doing accounting for those contract notes. Friends, we have to grow ourselves. We have to think out of the box that how can we go there? This is a financial market. This is the financial world. And we are moving towards 5 trillion economy. Then we have to, as a chartered accountant, we have to indulge in financial things, financial matters, how economy grows, what is GDP, not in bookish language. In practically, you have to develop yourself, and in interview also, a corporate who is coming to hire you for their department, for their company, they need a candidate who is having around the corner knowledge. They need a jack of all trades. That's why you can see, my friend, see, you all will going to have jobs in your hand as per the data of last campus interviews conducted by campus placement program conducted by ICI. We can see 70 to 80% candidate got their job from campus only. So this is a huge data. So we can see in market, there is a huge demand for chartered accountants, and you can definitely find a good place in any organization. But is this only the part of our life, or is this your only object? Is this your objective? No, this is your only short-term goal. The long-term goal is what you expect from you, what your family expects from you, and what a corporate expects from you. Because in a corporate, there are certain things which a corporate demands, a corporate expects from a chartered accountant. The first is flexibility. The last session by Abdul sir was also on the same line, because an interviewer is coming with certain expectations. So first thing is flexibility. Right now, in any type of company, in any type of corporate, there may be chances that there may be ups and downs for the company. There may be relocation of the company. There may be chances that company having different geographical locations. They want a candidate who can easily relocate to new places. The fun is flexibility. The important part is the relocation is very important because there are, I have seen in my career, I have attended many interviews also, participated as a panel member also. So I can see many people who are rigid to stay at their hometown, where their parents reside. That's not the thing that we have done our chartered accountancy course, that to enter in the profession and earning money. No, my friends, we are there to serve the society. As our logo and name depicts, our Institute of Chartered Accountants in India, partner in nation building. We are partner in nation building because we are known for tax experts. We are known for financial experts. People invest in the share market just by seeing our signed balance sheet. So we have a very much responsibilities bestowed upon us. So it's high time, my friend. The first point is flexibility. Flexibility is important for an interviewer. They want a person who is flexible enough to relocate, changing of the department at certain times. If you are performing, then every company wants, every corporate wants a performing person. So my friends, the first and foremost point is flexibility. The interviewer will ask certain things from you about your flexibility. We have homesickness. Do you have homesickness? Because due to non-relocation or due to homesickness, this is very hazardous for your career, my friends. Mark my words. This is very hazardous for your career. Open to go anywhere in the world. Because you have selected a global course, you have to think about it when you join the course. That I have homesickness and I want to stay with my parents only. That responsibility is also important, but your career is again an important part, and you are again brand ambassador of ICI. You are going to a company, and after 2 months, you are saying that I am homesickness. My mother is calling me, my father is calling me, my sister is calling me. No, friends. That harms the brand image of ICI also. You will find definitely a good job after leaving a company, but at the same time, the company always thinks that chartered accountants are not flexible enough to work with the company. So friend, the first point is flexibility. Second is communication skills. In communication and in GMCS, communication skills are already taught to you many times. But do you really think that by a 15 days class, 30 days class, 45 days class, we are excellent enough in the communication skills? No, my friend. The communication skills, your listening skills, your other soft skills, your body language, your personality, your persona, you're working with the team, these type of soft skills only develop by the passing of the time. It's not all about that in 30 days, 50 days, you can be excellent. You will be excellent in soft skills. No, you have to read daily. You have to exercise daily. In a company, people, the corporates or the board members of management wants our candidates should be excellent enough in their communication skills. Or I can say that your English should be very fine enough. English accent is not a big thing, or accent is not a problem, but your communication skills, like the basic formula behind communication skill is, the definition of communication is you are saying something to other person. I am making you understand in a very refined, very raw language, my friend, that you are saying something to your other person sitting with you in front of you. He is or she is listening to you in the way in which you want to communicate, and the other person giving you feedback also on that. Then your communication ends. I'm not here to teach you the communication, but the corporate wants your English or your communication skills should be fair enough. You can deal with the company's client. In the articleship also, we have seen that our boss, our employer's client will be dealt by us only. We just communicated with our boss clients, and we just solved their problems, filed their returns, done their audits, at all. So the corporate also want to have good communication skills. Yes, the company is also there to spend on your training and development. So here again comes the question of flexibility. They are expanding on your training and development, and after 2 months you are leaving the company. So friends, this is not good. So important part is your flexibility should be there, and the communication skills should be so far good, and that will be your communication skills will be good only with your extra exercise, regular exercise. Regular, you have to exercise in your skills, reading, knowledge development by reading newspapers like Economic Times. That will improve your language. Many people already told to you that read Economic Times on daily basis, so that your knowledge will be improved. My friends, why group discussions are conducted in an interview? Earlier, the group discussions were a selection technique. Now, group discussions has become rejection technique. The person who has got good communication skills with good soft skills and having a command over language, and secondly with knowledge, having a good knowledge, because knowledge gives confidence in you. How much knowledge you are having on particular point of time, like about Russia-Ukraine war. What is the bad impacts of Russia-Ukraine war on the Indian economy? This is the particular topic. And if you do not have knowledge, if you have good communication skills, command over the language, you cannot speak because you do not have knowledge. So knowledge is wisdom, knowledge is wealth, and knowledge is an important part before facing an interview. And the corporate only sees you are during interview, because on the basis of your interview, the confidence which is shown by you will be your employers will be more comfortable to hire you after seeing your confidence. Next, honesty and integrity. A company wants honest people. I have given the example of relocation also. After 2 months, you are leaving the company. That impacts your honesty and integrity. Secondly, mistakes are often done by any people. We are human. We are human people. The mistakes are bound to happen. As said by somebody that तैराक ही डूबता है, the swimmers only drove. तैराक ही डूबता है. So we are there to do something. That's why we are there to mistake in certain things. So my friends, whenever you are in mistake, and the interview already know that human being will do mistakes. So wherever you are in mistake, accept it. Accept that I have done this mistake, sir. I apologize for that, and definitely it will not done in the future. So again, honesty and integrity, and how your company or how interviewer will see your honesty and integrity in particular boardroom in which interview is being conducted by asking certain general random questions. They will check your integrity. They will give you hypothetical situations that this may happen to your family. This may happen in the company. In the company, if you are dealing with some government organization, if the government organization asks for some bribe, how will you deal with the situation? If the company is in the huge loss, will you stay with the company or not? That are some hypothetical situations that the company will create. Then you have to give answer with certain honesty and integrity. Next is punctuality and determination. If you are going for interview, why I am taking again and again example of interview? Because in interview only the expectations of corporate meets. An interviewer what wants in their company, they can only showcase in your interview only. So next is determination and punctuality. Any company, any corporate does not want any late people or the person who are not determined for their job. So in an interview, in any class, you have to be on time with a good professional attire, or smiling face. Punctuality and determination. That is a first and foremost, that is a very important part. Any corporate does not want late people and the person who are not punctual or who are not determined for their organization, for their work. So important part is your determination should be very enough, and that is to see in your interview only. Next is loyalty. The loyalty is being checked at different levels by your company, and you have to be very loyal to the company. Switching the company certain time gap in the long run, that will harm your career growth. Like if you want to be CFO or CEO in any big multinational company, then you have to stick with that company. Just for the sake of pay hike, salary hike, you are changing the company, you are changing your corporate, you are changing your organization. That will harm your career growth as far as your post is concerned. Because at a certain level, you will not think about money. You will think about reputation and what you are serving to the society. So money you will earn because you have taken a degree in which you will never find lack of money. The money will be flown to you if you do practice or you do job. Whatever you do, wherever you go in the world, the money will flow to you. There is a huge demand of chartered accountants. But at the same time, my friends, be loyal with your organization. That will definitely hike your career growth. Then art of creativity. The creativity is very important part as far as any company is concerned. They want out of the box thinking people. In India, there are multiple startups and unicorn companies in India who are having good funding as in startup. So if you go to a startup company, don't restrict yourself only to the financial matters. You can also come up with a good idea that can benefit to your company. There are certain ways for the tax planning also. How you can save money for the company. This is not the time where companies are interested to grow their turnover. This is the time where companies are interested to curtail their cost and the margin will automatically increase. This is the modern era, cutthroat competition. That's why the revenues will not be increased due to market competition if you go to any industry. So the question arises, then how we will increase our margin? Your margin only can be increased by applying different sets of techniques to curtail your cost so that your margin can be increased. That here comes art of creativity, out of the box thinking. Then market yourself. In management, people, they are very good at their marketing skills. The why marketing is important, friends, because the marketing or sales are directly related to the growth of company. And we don't take me otherwise. The responsibility which is bestowed upon us to prepare financial statements of the company, that is a flow of information. Means whatever has been done in company in the last year, sales, cost, fixed assets purchase, depreciation on that, operating expenses, non-operating expenses, current assets. These are certain information that is nothing to do with the growth of the company, with the sales of the company, increase of the profits of the company. There is nothing to do with that. So every company wants the people who can help them in marketing and sales also. Again, the mixture of your out of the box thinking included with marketing your ideas. If you have good ideas, come up with that can increase the company's sales. That's why I guess sometimes the BCom people in the company, the BCom people in any bank keep pushing to the credit people of the company that just clear this file, we have to sell the loan, because in credit there is chartered accountant and BCom person is behaving like is acting as a marketing agent and he's taking sales for the company. So friends, we have to think from that perspective also. Sooner or later, we have to involve ourselves apart from financial things also, so that our growth can be better. Then happiness and goodness. I was just saying about happiness and goodness, like ever smiling face, or by your generosity, how you are dealing with the people, how you're dealing with the company, how you're dealing with your subordinates and seniors. A company always wants a person who can behave in a company, in a workplace as a team leader, as a team player, because it is very important here to note that we have to work in a team only. And happiness, your goodness, your generosity is important, and which plays a very important role during your working in the company. As rightly said, the fragrance of the flower is spread in the direction of the vine. The fragrance of the flower is spread in the direction of the vine, but the happiness, the goodness of the person is spread in all directions, my friend. So, with a generous smile, ever smiling face, with a positive gesture, you have to behave in a company, in a corporate. And that is a very important demand by a corporate. The person should be a generous person, having happiness, talkative with the people, a team player. Then, my friends, there are certain things also. While going to any interview, you have to research the company well. Again, important, company wants how adaptable you are to the changes and whether you are reading daily or not. Daily reading, whether books or newspaper, is always important in your personal as well as in professional life. The corporate expects from a person that you should be adaptable to the changes. Second, you should be aware about the current affairs, what is going on in the market. Because at times you may be very junior in a company, but certain time will come that in the future you will be leading the company. You will be in the management, in the board, and you have to carry a team of 100, 200, 500 people. Then your knowledge level should be very great. You should be aware about the things which is going on in the market, which is going on in your surroundings. So again, research the company well is only meant for the company. The interviewers want to check your knowledge level and how you are serious about the things. You are going for the interview as it is, as and when, like that only, or you are going for an interview as a serious person that, yes, this is the challenge which I have taken and I have to crack this interview. So friends, research the company well. Second, positive body language. And from where positive body language comes? By your practice only. When you are going to a company for an interview, and after selection in the company, if you are going to company, your job, your organization, then have a good professional attire. Boys, clean shaved, having a good leather shoes. If you can wear tie daily, wear the tie. But in corporate meetings, you should wear tie daily. Have a good knowledge about the subject for which meeting is there, if there is a meeting. And in daily curriculum, your professional attire should be there. And that carries your positive body language. Might be there are certain chances, certain moments that you are going to your organization from your home, and there may be certain negative things which may happen in your life. Then you have to take a pause, stay for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. And because in this life, in our life cycle, something which comes, that goes. Jo aayega, wo jayega. So important part is that you should have good body language. Thus, finish your negative attitude to the positive attitude. The important part, your attitude. Positive body language comes from your positive attitude, your attire, and the confidence which you are carrying with you. If you are having a good confidence, self-motivated, you should have. And if you are self-motivated and confident, then your body language will be definitely positive. As earlier said, accept your weaknesses in interview also, and in company also. If you are having some weakness, yes, just rightly said to the interviewer or your boss, sir, I am not well in this particular topic, in this particular thing, in this particular exercise. But next time, I'll definitely come up with some exercise, some practice. I can assure you that is your positive attitude and the ability of accepting your weakness. Human minds, we have certain times we carry ego. And in that ego, we just don't, what I can say, we just don't want to accept our weaknesses. Weakness, if you are accepting your weakness, then that will be beneficial throughout your life journey, my friends. Next is curiosity to learn. That I already discussed, that your ability to learn. When I was talking about research about your company, I told about adaptability to change, ability to learn different things, friends. How much you learn about your company, about the new things in the surroundings. Your career growth will be like that only. You have to be adaptable to, you do not have to be monotonous only. Sometimes it may happen that you are doing some monotonous job for last 1 year, but at times also you have to be positively, highly motivated. You have to be highly motivated in that purpose also, that you should have curiosity to learn You have to learn new things. If you are learning new things, your journey will be very good in your life. And your company will also promote the person, and company expects the person with who is adaptable to changes and ability to learn new things and who is ready to take the challenges. Then work ethics. Again, you should be very honest towards your work. You should come on time in the company. Work your whatever given to you should be finished by the day end and discuss with your superior. That is very important, my friends. Work ethic. And there are some certain things in the company which you have to ethically manage. Oral and written communication. Again, my friends, we are in the modern era, in the cutthroat competition era, where your oral and written communication both should be very, very fine enough, fair enough, and should be very smart. Because day-to-day basis, you have to write hundreds of emails. You have to attend 5 to 10 meetings daily. You have to communicate with your client at the same time with your boss. So language may be barrier for you, but with again positive thinking and your communication, you have to take the challenges. By practice, you will definitely write good emails to your clients. By good communication skills, you can communicate with your clients as well as the boss also. So the corporate always look for people who are having good oral and written communication skills. Then teamwork. Teamwork is an important teamwork with leadership. Sometimes you have to be part of a team as a team player, as a subordinate. Sometimes you have to be a leader of the company or a certain task. You may be team leader. Then you have to lead the team in a way that you have to showcase your listening skill also. As a leader, if you are behaving, the company wants, the corporate organization wants a leader who is having all the qualities of a leader, like listening skills. Matlab means you have to listen the advices, piece of advice, and request from your teammates. Second, your communication should be direct with the one-to-one. A one-to-one communication should be there with your teammates. Conflict handling, again a very important part. Right resource at the right time. And these qualities in an interview, how it can be checked in a group discussion, where you have to act as a teammate, as a team leader also. So our corporate expects a person, a candidate, to be a leader, a future leader. They see a future leader in you. So my friends, here, please don't mind, I am using a Hindi thing. Hindi saying, I think all of you must have seen film Chak De India. In that Shah Rukh Khan says to Bindiya Nayak that एक टीम में एक ही गुंडा हो सकता है और इस टीम का गुंडा मैं हूं. Sometimes you have to show your arrogance, your angriness to lead your team. So my friends, again, teamwork and leadership, you have to work in a team, and in the group discussion, by part of group discussion in interview, the corporate sees these qualities that the candidate is having some kind of spirit of team, and the person is having leadership qualities also. So this is again one particular piece of advice also, my friend, that try not to start your career with BPO, KPO, or shared services, because your experience will not be counted in the industry as a previous feedback. Further, what happens, I don't know about that. But till now, if you are working with a shared service or KPO or BPO, your experience as a KPO, BPO will be counted in the same line of company only. But if you want to go to the consulting or investing, or you want to go to the industry, then your experience of KPO, BPO, or shared service will not be counted. So friends, try to avoid in initial years of your career, not to go to shared services, go for industry, go for investment banking. That is very important for you, for your future perspective. We are going to 5 trillion economy. There your actual need. If you want to study CFA, then go for CFA. If you want to go, somebody wants to go for investment banking, then they have to do CFA. They have other qualities, additional qualifications also. So my friend, in the last 5 minutes, I want to differentiate which I generally differentiate in the industry and consulting. That difference you should know, because there is a huge labor turnover ratio in consulting companies. Throughout the year, they are hiring people, and throughout the year, people are leaving the company. But in industry, for both the industry as well as consulting, there are certain pros and cons. In industry, you have fixed working hours. Your hours are fixed, less hassles, no timelines. Like you have to complete the audit. You have to just prepare the financial statements and give it to your auditor only. In industry, if you are working, quantum of work is less, and that is pretty much defined. If you are working in taxation, then you must be working with indirect tax or direct tax. If you are placed in the internal audit risk management, then you are working for risk management or internal audit only. And having a fixed routine, you can plan your weekends, your plan with the family time, because might be Saturday, Sunday you're leaving. Your holiday must be there on Saturday, Sunday. So in the industry, there is a fixed routine of the work. At the same time, in consulting, the cons of industry are average annual salary hike is not pretty much good as compared to consulting. Here you can get only 6 to 7% hike every year. I am just discussing the data only here. It may vary from company to company. You require skill sets, means you must be working with a certain department. Where in taxation, you must be excellent in direct tax or indirect tax like GST. If you are working with internal audit, then you must be aware about the accounting standards and auditing standard. At the same time, you are making the financial statements of the company. You are indulged with the making of financial statements of company. Then you should have command over Ind AS or IFRS. So you should require certain skill sets when you go for an industry. And might be that your company must be working in industry, your company must be technology, IT company, it must be manufacturing company, it may be service sector. So you have to change, or you have to adapt yourself by the company requirements, by the requirements of the company in which company operates. And if you want to hike your job, if you want to have a good hike, then you have to switch your company. Another con of industry is monotonous work life. Now coming to consulting, like Big Four, good money is there, immense potential for networking. You are getting good pay there. Initially, for freshers, they are providing good packages. I'm again talking about India practice, not shared services. Immense potential for networking, different clients, Fortune 500 companies you are consulting, having a good exposure. Your exposure also increases. when you are auditing or you are providing consulting to some Fortune 500 companies and rapid growth opportunities. But at the same time, your life may be hell. You have to work for 12 to 14 hours a day for the promotion. Every year you are getting good money, but for getting that good money, you have to work 14 hours, 12 hours, depending upon the size of the company and the clients which you are handling. Your daily traveling must be there. It may goes to 550 kilometer, 100 kilometer per day in consulting. Your family must be celebrating Diwali and other religious festivals, but you might be working for the company, for your client. And never forget to carry your laptop at your vacations also, if you are working with the consulting. These are my personal opinion, my friends, which I have seen in my career. So we are the chartered accountants, my friends. Don't lose hope, and all the best, all the very best for your interviews, which are going to be there in certain in the coming days. You will all get good jobs. There is a huge demand of chartered accountants, my friends. And by last saying that, we believe in these lines that there is will, there is way. After November, there is May. But try, but do one thing, remember. Try, but do one thing, remember. After May, there is November. So we believe on those sayings, my friends. All the best. Namaskar and thanks.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, sir. It was so very wonderful. Even for a veteran like me, sir, who just have 2 years to go before I retire. Very, very useful tips you had given, sir. And I hope more than 6,000 newly qualified who are watching this will be immensely benefited by your words of wisdom. We now welcome CA Ruchi Maheshwari ji. Madam, namaskar.
Hello, sir.
Madam, you will be speaking from the journey from campus to corporate. So the virtual dice is now yours. Thank you, ma'am. Take over, please.
Thanks a lot, sir. So, welcome to all my newly qualified chartered accountants. And before I start and get into the discussion, I would really like to thank the Institute to give me such a great opportunity to talk to all the newcomers. Because as auspicious or as happy you guys are to kind of, become the chartered accountants and have the prefix CA, the most achieved or the most coveted title prefix that we all look for, which is the CA title that you all have got today. So you are all very happy. And I'm sure people at your home, back home are also very happy. And similarly, you join an extended family. So, we are also part of the same family and, it's the alma mater. So we all are part of the same alma mater. So it is equally exciting for me to have you guys join, the club, say, or the club that we all have. So really, thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations once again to all of you. It may be as a child or as a student, the journeys are very different, and some may have had a very tough life, some may have had a very smooth sailing journey. Anything it is, but you are today a chartered accountant. You are in a club, a prestigious club, a handful such qualified people who are taking the country towards progress. We are the nation builders, as we've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard this not only today, but you've heard this across your whole journey of, the CA journey. So it now feels good because pehle shayad you were just thinking about it, but today you are part of the nation building journey. So welcome, and I'm going to start with my discussion. I just have a small deck or a presentation, and this is mainly to kind of give you an idea, and this is just to kind of keep things a little busy rather than just sharing my own, only my photo to share back at. I think you should have a deck to look at. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, perfectly visible. You can put it on the slide mode.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're going to
perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Thanks. So yes, campus to corporate. It's a big transition. It's a big growth. It's something coming. A next phase of life is what I say. I have been through that own phase myself. I qualified roughly 25 years ago. I gave my campus 25 years back. It was, and I'm talking about, so I qualified in 1997. I went through the campus in 1990. So I qualified in November 97. So I went through the campus in March of 98. First time because I was a foundation student at that point in time. I had just qualified. I was lucky to get through my chartered accountancy in the first attempt. So, and I'm just giving you this story so that you know how growth has been for me in the last 25 years. And you can all resonate with it. You all can all feel, because, I know that as a student, when I qualified, I was very blur. I didn't know what's in store for me. I didn't know where I will be in the next 20 years or 25 years. Okay, to answer corporate questions, we could kind of frame up and say, because I'm sure you all know that sometimes that question is asked in an interview to say, how do you look how do you see yourself in the next 5 years or 10 years? But obvious questions that we answer is, say, I'm looking at a very senior role, I'm looking at a CFO of an organization, but is that truly going to happen? It all depends on what you give back, and that's why I'm just sharing a little bit on my story of how I moved from campus to corporate and what did I achieve. Okay, so that may be helpful for each of you. And then we can talk about how this journey went, what I learned within my journey. And I'm sharing that with you guys so that you all can also learn, maybe incorporate it, maybe pick up parts of it so that you guys can achieve much more than what I achieved. Because I would want each of you to be as, I would say 10 times, 100 times more successful than what I was. But everybody has their own journey. So at least let's have a look. So when I gave my campus recruitment, was going through my own campus journey or my CA journey, because I did it with, graduation. I was just, 6 months post my graduation, I was a chartered accountant. So practically graduation and chartered accountancy happened together. And that was a very young stage. And I was really very clueless because back home, everybody is very happy. Wow, our daughter is a chartered accountant and everything. But I didn't know what I would really want to do. Yes, it was a change. One thing I was very clear of, and I think that's something that is you guys need to start thinking, is what you really want from yourself, right? Because what I define campus is, your study phase or your phase where you were actually learning, getting your skills, you're being prepared to kind of go and deliver. Now, as we all know, that chartered accountants can deliver in multiple places. And when I say deliver, it's about, the job role or your career that you want to take. There are multiple avenues that you can go and take your, career as. You could go into practice, as we've said. You could go into an MNC organization. You could go in a government organization. You could go into consulting. You could go into, in today's time, you could even become a freelance chartered accountant. There are multiple opportunities that are there. So first and foremost thing that's important is what you really want to do. Because within each field, there are multiple subfields. Okay, so if I have to say, I was very clear from day one that post I become a chartered accountant, I am getting a job for myself, right? So I, at that time, maybe was not focused on practice or any kind of entrepreneurial opportunities, right? And maybe in, coming back from the background I was from, or maybe from the culture that was there during the 1990s, early 2000s, the entrepreneurial world, the entrepreneurial word itself was not like, a big flashy topic, while it is today, because, you have startups, you have various other entrepreneurship courses and various other things, but just to kind of get you on that platform. So I was very clear. So the only way to get jobs was either to go through campus placement, which the institute organized, or the other way is reaching out to um, roles or references and all of that. But I think I was lucky to kind of get my slot through the campus placement. I got a couple of opportunities, I would say, from the institute. So I had two organizations that selected me. So I was lucky to kind of get selected. I selected one of them because of my own personal conditions, and I got into a government job. Okay, so I started my career with UTI AMC, which is an asset management company. I had multiple reasons to select it, and that's where it's important to understand what you're really looking for and why you're looking for. And we'll go through it earlier. So I'm just doing my story a bit faster so that we get a glimpse of my journey, and then we kind of come into what and why things are done and how you can actually incorporate from it. So that was my first job. I worked there. I learned a lot. I spent around 5 years within that organization, had multiple locations where I worked on, started as a management trainee and moved on to become an assistant manager. And then I switched off. When I say switched off, I mean, I changed roles. I said I've spent 5 years in an organization. I need to kind of move forward. I quit that role and I moved on to an MNC organization. I moved on to American Express. I'm sure you all have all heard about American Express. So I moved on there. So one thing, a change from a government organization to a US MNC, a top 500 company of the world, a Fortune 100 company, if I have to say, actually from a world perspective is where I moved. We'll understand how and why that happened, because I know a lot of people have that question saying that, I've been in a government company. How will I get into a private company, and that to an MNC and a multinational company? Wo ho nahi sakta. That's not possible. But everything is possible, and we'll talk about that. Then I spent a lot of my time within American Express, and I really grew there. And when I say grew from a learning perspective, grew from a knowledge perspective, grew from my own skills perspective, grew from a corporate ladder perspective. So I joined them as a team leader. But when I kind of quit the organization, I spent 10 years with American Express in different roles. I practically did around 5 roles within that organization. And then by the time I quit that role, I was an associate director or senior SDL is how they call that. But if I have to compare it at a level, it was an associate director. From there, I moved on to Royal Bank of Scotland, wherein I got a role of a vice president. I had in the meantime moved on. So those are my brandings, but if I have to talk, I started from hardcore accounting in UTI or Unit Trust of India and did various roles of financial planning, project management, transitions, and various other things. But over a period, I shaped my career to specialize myself into internal audits and risk and compliance. I was actually one of the initial persons within American Express to pick up on Sarbanes-Oxley compliance. And Sarbanes-Oxley Act, as I'm sure you know, was a transition or an act which was implemented in the US. And being a US company, I got that opportunity and kind of understand on it. So over a period, I kind of specialized on it. And hence the role that I got in Royal Bank of Scotland, RBS, was around the Vice President Risk and Compliance. So I was managing the overall operational risk for all the locations within a business entity in Royal Bank of Scotland. I spent around 5.5 years with them within different roles and different entities. And then that's when I think that journey of around 22 years of mine, actually, by that time, I felt, with things changing, I wanted to move on and become an entrepreneur. And that's when I stepped out of my corporate role. And currently, I am doing my own consulting. So I help organizations review their internal controls, review their enterprise risk framework, understand and, I'm sure you guys have all read about the Companies Act, and the Companies Act now requires ICOFAR, or internal controls over financial reporting, as a mandatory requirement for a lot of organizations, depending on the conditions that they meet. And I support organizations on that. So that's my brief journey. And that, I'm sure, is quite inspiring, because I feel very happy, because when I qualified at the age of 23 and a half, I never knew that I would ever be a vice president of an organization. I would travel to various countries and actually interact with people from various regions, countries, lead teams which are based out in various other various countries. So I've been part of teams which are based out in US, London, New Australia, India, Singapore, all of that. And I never ever thought of this. So I'm sure today that the guys and the girls who are here today do not know what the future holds for you in the next coming years. But what you know about yourself are your own strengths. The thing that you really need to know in your journey from campus to corporate is how you shape it. You are, as I say, you're the engine of your own career. You need to know where you need to fuel your engine, where you need to take the path, what is the future, where you want to go. There will be ups and downs. We're going to talk about it, but it's about how you handle that. So I'm going to just share some of the things. That's my first slide, which is campus to corporate. Not sure whether, something here in the title attracts you, but I had a purpose to put this title. And I am going to explain the title before we go forward. If you see that this, title has different semantics, or I would say, the word or the fonts that I've used. Ideally, wherever you would have learned from a presentation skills perspective, you would have been told that kind of keep your, font size same, your font type same. It can't be different. It has to look symmetrical. But if you have to make a point, sometimes it's also the fonts that are able to make you or express your point. What I'm trying to make here is, if you see the word campus, it's a bit, fun-loving kind of a thing, the font that I've used. That's what I mean to say is, your fun-loving is the time that you've already been spending as a child. You've gained a lot of knowledge. You have, learned a lot. You have enjoyed this journey a lot. It doesn't mean that your enjoyment gets over, but I think you just have to be organized to get into the corporate world. And again, corporate does not mean like a 9-to-5 job only. Corporate means where you are cooperating with a lot of people, working with a lot of people, and achieving your goals of success. It could be through your own organization. When I say, your own organization, if it is because if you guys actually want to open up your own consulting firms, or you want to get into practice, as an example, you still have to interact with your clients. You still have to know your clients. So which means you need to get organized. You need to have more, I would say, a disciplined schedule. You need to have your own work ethics. If you join an organization, the organization will have some rules and regulations which you will have to incorporate. So here is what I want to say. Fun-loving, fun time is kind of over. It is not that it's completely over, but yes, you need to kind of get more serious about yourself, because you're getting into a world where you're making your career. You are getting independent. You are shaping yourself. Abhi tak to, I'm sorry, I use a bit of Hindi in between, but if people are not comfortable, I will just switch to only English. But the only thing that I'd like to say is, the gone is the time where your parents or your families are going to shape you. They have shaped you till now. Now it's up to you to shape yourself and the people around you, because you're going to grow. You're going to grow not only in your careers, you're going to grow in your families also. You will also grow to have your own family. right? So you need to have a discipline, you need to have that kind of it. So just a bit around why I have a different kind of a font size or a font type here. One big thing that I'd like to say is, because when I talk to students, because I do mentor a couple of mentor students and young talent to kind of be able to manage their corporate careers and understand if they kind of face challenge. So, what I hear from people, or where I hear from students, is कि अब college life तो खत्म हो गया, or student life खत्म हो गया, now I have to get serious, I have to change myself. One piece of advice that I tell everybody is, this is your building phase. You are building yourself as a person. So please don't change or don't alter anything. When I say change or alter, is when I think change is more about completely renewing yourself, or, what, if you have to say, just give me an example of, say, the changing your sheet on the bed. What does change mean? Change means removing the first one and putting in a new one. So that's not what you have to do. You have to transition yourself, right? So what I mean is, you have to keep some of the good things that you've already inculcated. You don't have to change everything that you've got till now. You have to keep whatever is good, but yes, change whatever is not supposed to carry forward. I can give you an example in a different manner, which means that, I'm already holding. So when I've grown from just being a chartered accounting student to being a chartered accountant, I already carried a lot of knowledge, experience, and various other things that I'm carrying over with me, right? I'm carrying some good memories, I'm carrying some bad memories, I'm carrying some good experiences of my articleship days, some bad experiences, and those, everything you're carrying. So you already have a weight of, say, 10 kilos on yourself. Now you can't do that. You just put down the 10 kilos. When you get into corporate life, you start with zeros, right? Because the way that you'll be accepted in a new location will be because of some of the things that you're carrying forward. So please only carry all the positives with you. Transition yourself to just pick up the positives and move to the new phase. Leave across all the bad thoughts, because negativity and bad thoughts kind of pull you down, right? Even if in an audit experience, you had some bad experience. When I say bad experience, it could be because, during an audit, maybe while dealing with some of the client, you may have had, a debate or a discussion, which may not have been a very healthy discussion. The way I would take it is, you would need to understand what was good in that discussion, which I need to take forward and learn from it, so that I don't repeat such a situation when I'm dealing with my own client, as an example, or I'm dealing with somebody in the new organization. Because in the organization that you will transition to, you will interact with people from different departments, right? If you are part of a finance department, as an example, then you will definitely interact with people from sales, marketing, various other departments. If you are part of a say, financial planning department, you may have to deal with senior leaderships in terms of preparing their budgets, getting inputs from various people, and you will have to work with people at different levels, right? You may have to work with people at your same level. You may have to work with people at senior levels. You may have to work with people at junior levels. You may have to work with people who've been in the organization for years together, right? And they may not be very happy having you as a newcomer in the organization, but that's okay. That happens with each one of us, right? If, say, for example, I put it to myself now today, and I am a 25 years experienced person, and somebody new walks in, say, for example, I hire you tomorrow, and you come in and say, oh, ma'am, whatever you've been doing is totally wrong. You've not been really doing it the right manner. Let's change everything. Let's come up with something new. Will I like it? No, I will not like it. So similarly is what you guys need to understand, that we can't change everything, right? We can transition. And that transition, when you do, is going to be helpful in your building phase. And therefore, so that's when I advise students that don't alter yourself, but transition and understand what will be important for you in the coming phase. And that's how will be important for you to kind of adapt yourself or understand in the new phase. Now, since I talked about, senior people already being in an organization, I will give you that example from my own journey. So when I joined UTI as an example, I was only 23 and a half, as I mentioned. And because it was a government organization, we had people with great experiences out there. And definitely, we were recruited at management trainee or an assistant manager level, which is, from a leadership perspective, a very entry level. But yes, from an organization perspective or a branch perspective, if you're posted into, it is a quite reputable position. So definitely having somebody quite young coming in, and I'm talking about, say, 25 years back, was not really accepted. And that too, being a female, was not really very acceptable. But the way that I dealt with is to kind of give the other person that space, give the other person the reputation, the respect that the person demands, and then explain that person in a manner so that he does not feel hurt. The best thing or the best philosophy I adopt is, before I am actually going to do something, I try and think it from a perspective is, what if I was in that position? So one big thing which is important for each one of us to understand is, put yourself in the other person's shoe and see, if somebody reacted to you differently, how would you react? Because that's the easiest way to understand that whether your action reaction, because I'm sure we all understand this, that every action has a reaction. Now the point is that action's reaction should be positive, so that we further don't have another reaction on it, right? Because if we keep having reactions on things, it's not going to be a positive phase, it's going to be a negative phase. And anything that you get into in a new part should not hamper your future. I'm sure we all like to be in spaces where we would like to grow and be happy into, rather than being stressed and pressured. So please think twice before you're doing anything. But the only thing is, don't hold yourself back. It doesn't mean that you will take on, you don't have to be strong about your opinions. I'm sure you've gone through a couple of sessions today, and those sessions, and I did hear, I think Abdul Rahim talk about it earlier, wherein he said, opinionated is being opinionated is good, but the opinionated has to be a logical reasoning why you're opinionated, right? If in case there is some new accounting standards that's out, and because of which there needs to be a change, or there is a new accounting policy which is there, because of which there's a change, and because you are the new blood and you've read it and you know about it, please do share it. Don't just be a blind eye and say, acha, organization mein yahi ho raha hai, to hone do. We can't keep going with something which is wrong. Stand up and say that there's something wrong, but don't just stand up because you want to stand up and create, your visibility. Visibility is good, but a positive visibility is excellent to have. And that's what is important for each of us to learn. Right? So I think one big thing that you all need to understand is, please, while you're moving on to this phase, learn and adapt. Don't change, don't alter, don't fake yourself, because anything that you kind of polish over. So even if you take a normal metal and you polish it with gold or silver, after a point in time, that polish will go away, will not stay. So similarly, you can't fake for long. So you have to therefore be your own natural self to prove that what you're doing is right. So this is your building phase. So please be on it and understand and learn from it. The other thing which is very, very important for each one of us is in our campus days and through the journey that, the CA journey is what I call, is a very magnificent journey. The reason why I'm saying magnificent journey is that journey not only teaches us a lot of technical aspects, it makes us an expert in a lot of fields. It actually also gives us some of the unknowingly, actually, the whole process of the CA journey is so well drafted is what I would say, that it kind of gives us so many skills, technical, even softer skills are there that we kind of pick up, because maybe due to our articleship training, due to the way that we interact with people. But sometimes what happens is, and I've seen that while I recruit people or recruit students, is our own CA students actually get somewhere a bit nervous. They are very good at their technicals, but when they kind of go on and present themselves, their softer skills do not come out, right? And that's what I say, that these soft skills are very, very important in whatever thing that you do, right? And the first and the foremost thing that I feel is very important is being a team player, right? Irrespective any designation, any level you are, you have to be a team player. Say, for example, even if you start your own, startup and you're a CEO of your own startup, you still have to be a team player, because you have to take all your people together and you have to deliver on things, right? So it does not mean that if you are at a senior level, you don't have to be a team player. Team player, and why I'm saying it's a soft skill is because sometimes we all forget that a team player is a very critical thing. And how do I define a team player? A team player is a person who's part of what we are going to do, who understands, listens, deciphers, and works on what's the requirement, not only focuses on his or her own delivery, but also supports the larger team to kind of help and support them, right? Just saying that, okay, and I'll give you this example, and this activity or this skill set actually takes you much farther ahead. So let me give you an example and say, and I'll give you this live example from being, when I was transitioning some processes from London to India, as an example, and I had a team of around 18 people, out of which 5 of them traveled to London for the transition, and while 13 of them were in India working behind. What's important now, right? It's not important that the 5 who went only learned and came back. It was important that those 5 and the 13 here collaborated on a regular basis to learn things, so that things don't pile up. And after 3 months of learning, it's all the knowledge getting transferred after 3 months to the 13 people. So there were a lot of people within the team who actually took that initiative and made an effort to kind of connect with their team back home in India, and ensured that whatever they picked, either on a daily basis or a weekly basis, was transitioned, and the knowledge was transferred. That not only helped the others to come up on their scale, but actually the people who took those initiatives were considered that they had the ability to do more than what they were doing, which helped them in their growth, right? So it doesn't mean that any of your efforts are going unnoticed. Even if we are doing things, people and management do notice it. It's just that you have to keep doing that. You can't do it for one time and let it go. It has to get built up in your nature. All of these soft skills that I'm talking about, whether it's team player, whether it's communication, whether it's presentation. And again, when I talk about communication, it's not only your written communication, it's your verbal communication, it's your webinar presence, or, while you're sitting on a training, how you're sitting, what is the message you're giving to the presenter who's standing there, that how serious are you on the training? Are you just here to kind of pass your time and just get some credits because you're part of a corporate segment? That's what. So communication means everything about your verbal and non-verbal, written, oral, all kinds of communication. Presentation, again, it's not only about the presentation that you make while you're standing to a group of people. The presentation starts from the time when you actually walk into a room. So for example, if you're getting, if you're going for an interview, by the way you knock the door and you open the door and get in front of the panel of, panel of interviewers, that is also presentation. Half the battle is done if you are presentable in your, and I did hear Aniket, the vice president today, talk about it, saying that your address and dress both matter a lot, right? So that's what is presentation. Again, networking, a very important factor in today's time. Reason being is networking not only helps you to know more people, it also enhances your own knowledge. Please, again, networking doesn't mean that just going out for a party. Networking from a corporate element or a working element means understanding what's happening at the other person's place. So, for example, if you and I network, so when I say you and I mean to say if a new student, a newly qualified chartered accountant is networking with somebody who's experienced, the networking should help the new chartered accountant learn from the experienced one that how the journey has been, what's ups and downs, how can the person think if he's getting an opportunity, if he has multiple opportunities, which one to choose, why to choose, what is the long-term things that he can think about. And from the senior perspective, because it's not networking is one-sided, networking is two-sided. So if you're networking with me as an example, what I would look from you is to learn something that's new, something that I may not know, some things that may have changed over a period, some new accounting policies, some new accounting standards, something, maybe a new tech change that's happened, which you might be very good at. Maybe some skills of yours is something that I should take back. But networking does not mean fun. Networking means fun and work together. That's why it's important. Empathy, the reason why I put empathy here is we all forget about empathy, right? We all forget that people need to be appreciated. We need to be concerned about other person's challenges, culture, beliefs, and a lot of other things. If something's not delivered, something's not happened, something's not gone right, we need to understand the reason behind it. We need to show empathy to the person, right? And it's very important because sometimes, and I'll give you a simple example. As younger chartered accountants, and I've been through that change. If I went to a interview as an example, and if I was asked, I was told that I have an interview at an X date, X time, and when I reached there, or maybe just an hour before or same day in the morning, I get a call saying that, sorry, the interview is actually being rescheduled because, there's been some challenge with the interviewer. And as a young chartered accountant, I get frustrated and I say, oh, next time I'm not going to this organization. What crap, just inform me. But I think rather than doing that, I think we should all take it in a stride to understand that what really went wrong. It really could be, you could be at the place where, you had a scheduled interview and you couldn't reach because you had a personal problem or you had some challenge, and you would want the organization to have empathy against you and give you a new time. So if you can ask for a new time because of a challenge, then why can't the other side ask you for the new time, right? But what happens is we just take it one-sided. We don't show that empathy. And this is just an example. There are n number of examples that I can give where we need to be empathetic about the situation. And that's what is very, very important. So please, and I'm sure that's something new that you may have seen, or maybe something different to what you would have normally seen in other presentations if you've looked at it. Then, but empathy is what I really prioritize to be as part of a soft skill. The other is time management. And I don't think time management is something very, very new that you have to imbibe, because as I said, half of my things, is what my CA journey teaches me. Time management, CA journey teaches me. Work management, if I have to say, multitasking, is what my CA journey teaches me. Dealing with seniors, it's being taught while I am on the journey. Communication, half of it is really taught through my journey. But yes, these are some of the skills that really are important. One soft skill I didn't write here because I didn't want to kind of have that written. But I think what's important is discipline in each person's life is very, very important. Having a very disciplined behavior, personal level, shows out in everything that you do. So please build that as a habit and don't make it as a one-time gesture that I am disciplined only for this and not disciplined for that. And again, ideally, discipline automatically comes in as part of our CA culture or CA journey. So I'm sure all of us are quite disciplined, but sometimes what happens is once we achieve our CA degree, we feel, yaar, ho gaya, now it's done. That all discipline is gone. Now I'm back to normal. No, that needs to continue. That's a habit which you have to put it in your blood. So nothing changes on that. So that's on the soft skills. The other thing that's very, very important, and again, these are skills that irrespective whatever you do, and any part of corporate you are, even if you're not part of corporate, even if you're and I'm saying that because a lot of people in today's time maybe want to take a break, maybe study more, maybe do a lot more things before they really get into a career, as an example. And irrespective whatever you do in your life, if you have all of this, you will be a very, very happy person, personal level, professional level, all levels is what I would say. One is adaptability. Adaptability, why it is important is because the world's changing. Everything is changing. And if we don't adapt ourselves to the situation, we will not be able to kind of, know what we have to do, and we'll not be able to deliver. As I said, coming from a pure, Indian background, worked in a government organization and getting into an MNC organization. And then the first role that I got was to deal with people in the APAC countries when I got the Amex role. And I had never, ever even traveled international, yes. So when I was kind of supposed to have my first call with the people in Singapore, and I was happy that at least it's Singapore, so that I didn't have a language barrier as such. But still, I had butterflies in my stomach in terms of how I'm going to handle that. But yes, I was quite open. I was ready to adapt myself, and I'd say, let it happen, let things come, and I'm going to handle it the way it is, right? And along with adaptability goes flexibility, right? You have to be flexible. I can't say, no, I will be at a particular, and this is very, very critical, especially for students or newly qualified chartered accountants. The reason why I'm saying that is when I interact with students or newly qualified, or when I interview people and I meet people, the first thing that I've heard from students, and I've also heard this while people are taking their articleship, they become quite choosy, saying that, abhi tak jitna maine padha hai, or whatever I've learned till now, I feel I am very good at tax. So I want to make my career in tax, even now people have become very much shorter and said, I want to make my career in GST. I want to make my career only in direct taxes, or I want to only get into corporate tax, as an example. Or people say that I'm very clear, I am going to just do financial planning. I just don't want to get into anything else. So what I say to everybody is, it's nice to have a choice, right? I would say it's good to have a choice, because then you have a direction, you know where you are going to. At least you have a goal that you have to achieve, and you will be kind of going towards that. But it doesn't mean that you make that as a barrier or a stone wall. Have that as an option, have that as your main goal, but still keep yourself flexible. So for example, I can give you many examples from what I've discussed with people and I understand is, sometimes you dream of a company. Say, for example, or maybe all of you are dreaming to get into Google, as an example. You really want to get into Google. The field that you want to get into, say, for example, is financial planning, right? Or maybe internal audit. But Google does not have a role in financial planning or internal audit. Google has an opening, say for example, in accounting. So now the point is, you have a choice. Do you stick to what you want, or do you stick to where your dream company? So you've got two choices: either take Google with accounting, or you leave Google and you get in some other company and take indirect taxes or financial planning, whatever is your dream, right? So that's a choice. Now, if you're flexible and you show your flexibility, you can actually achieve both. The way you can achieve it is, you can get into Google, you can take an accounting role in Google, you can perform that. And once you perform that in a very good manner, you may then move on to financial planning within your own networking, your own path. So you will create your path at that point in time. And because you had flexibility, you will achieve, maybe not instantly, but maybe down the line in 2 years, 3 years, you will be in Google in financial planning. That could be there if you show flexibility. That's what I mean, right? So don't be rigid in your thoughts. Be flexible. You will still achieve what you want to do. It's just that you may have to pave your way out, right? And hence, flexibility is important. Goal-driven, again, reason both not from your own personal perspective. This goal-driven is also from your own delivery perspective. So if you've got an organization and you are not goal-driven, the organization will start believing, or the team that you're in, your leaders may not kind of trust you if you're not goal-driven. Hence, goal-driven is a very important aspect. The reason I'm just moving a bit faster, because I think I'm going to be out of time and I'm just moving forward. I will share this presentation back. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me on my LinkedIn channel, or you can kind of share it back with with ICAI, and ICAI can send those questions to me and I can answer back to you directly. The other critical thing is committed or commitment. Why this is important is reason why I say is, in today's time, the world's changing a lot, right? Everybody is running behind money or behind, I would say, a designation. In today's time, everybody wants to be the CFO of an organization immediately. But we all need to understand that everything good has to be kind of, I would say, nurtured. Time, if you plant a seed, you will not tomorrow have a very healthy growing plant. You have to put in water, you have to put in soil, you have to put in various other minerals and everything to it. Only then will it give you fruits and flowers, right? Which means that you have to be committed on that growth of that plant. And same thing, you have to be committed on your own journey. That's when you will really achieve what you want to do. Again, that commitment is not only from your own individual perspective, but also committed from an organization perspective. The organization that you get into needs to feel that you're committed to the organization. It should not feel that, okay, this person is just job hunting. He's here for the time gap, just filling the gap till he gets another job. So please do not jump jobs just because you're getting like a lakh increase or a 2 lakh increase or a 5 lakh increase. You need to understand what you're getting into. If you're changing jobs, there has to be a logic to change job. There has to be something that is driving you to change that job. Either because the organization's quite good, the work's quite good, or maybe you've learned a lot and you'll be able to deliver, because any change should make you successful and not unsuccessful. So any change that you do should take you forward and not bring you back. Because if you just change for the heck of changing, it may not be that you land up to a good place, and then you will again be, kind of in a bad shape, and you will say, I'm not enjoying the job. I really need to change it again. So please be committed, give yourself time, grow yourself as a person, grow yourself from a knowledge perspective, gain as much as knowledge, gain the buying of your seniors so that they feel happy to sponsor and refer you also, is what I say. The next is entrepreneurial. And again, you will say that if I'm getting a job, why do I need to be entrepreneurial? The reason why I say that it's important to be entrepreneurial in anything that you do, even if you're maybe an assistant manager or a manager in a role, you still have to be entrepreneurial, because that entrepreneurship not only means about owning. So how I define entrepreneurship is about owning whatever you do, identifying the risks in it, being careful about what you need to be delivered, right? So you need to be vigilant about it. So don't wait for instructions. Take that ownership, be the front runner, go and pick up projects, ask for more. If you feel that in your role that you're currently doing, you have time, you can do more, you have capacity, please go ahead, ask for more. Show out to the people around you, show out to your leaders that you have that capacity and you can do more. Whether it is work, whether it is extracurricular, because organizations do have extracurricular activities, which will not only balance your work life, which will make your work life more enjoyable, right? So these are some of the things that I feel are very, very important for anything. And please, I say, and I think I have over the period made these aspects as, my natural habits. I think my daughter, my family also sees that in me every time. If I have something at home, I take it as a project and I deliver it as a project, which is that I don't miss out on anything. So it becomes my habit in terms of doing things. So, and that's why I'm able to do multiple, and that's helped me when I'm setting up my own consulting. I'm able to manage multiple clients. I'm able to manage multiple things. I'm able to manage, mentorship for people. I'm able to manage institute sessions, and a lot of other things that I'm able to manage is because I have been able to kind of inculcate a lot of things as my regular habit, and that's what I want. Things will not change for you guys as a dream. Don't think that you slept as a young chartered accountant. In the morning when you get up, you have Modi ji waiting for you with a great opportunity in his hand. And I'm sorry, I just don't want to be very specific, just Modi ji. What I meant is a president or a prime minister of an organization or a company or a country is not waiting to identify you as a person. But what I meant is things will not happen till the time you put in your efforts. So don't shy back, put in as much as yourself you can do. You have to just transition yourself. Pick up all the good things that you have had from the campus, take it to your corporate life, whether it's your own profession, whether it's a job role that you do. And if you will show that stability, you will definitely grow. It doesn't mean that you, I'm sure people here listening to me will be saying, oh, then should we be in jobs like our parents did for like 30 years? They just joined one company and they retired from that same company. Again, I would say that's not bad. It's not bad. It depends on what you are getting back. Always, anything that you're doing it's about give and take, right? If the organization is giving you back with whatever you need, when I say whatever you need is basically growth, is giving you time and effort, it's giving you respect, then definitely you can stay with the organization. But yes, you can move forward. So please understand that the change from a campus to corporate is not about change, it's about transition. Build yourself, build upon yourself. And one last thing that I like to say.
The next speaker is already there.
I know, and that's why I'm just wrapping up. I could see that you've unmuted yourself, and then that's why I'm just pushing up, Mr. Ranga. I will just take 2 minutes more. Last but not the least thing that I like to tell each and every person, every student, or every chartered accountant, new or old, irrespective, is what I would like to say is believe in yourself. Because only if you believe in yourself, the world will believe in you, right? Show that you have that confidence. You can do things for the organization and you will grow. Yes, don't just give up. Believe and stay consistent. So that's it. That's what I have for you. And thank you. It's really a pleasure to connect with you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ranga, to kind of taken a couple of minutes more than my defined time, but I think that was important. And thanks again to the Institute. And sorry to my next speaker for a couple of minutes more that I consumed of yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was so very wonderful. And as we speak, ma'am, the number of participants have gone up beyond 6,700. So it's a huge demand for these kinds of programs. And we are also happy that we got very good speakers to share their experience. So thank you so very much. Please do come on ICA forums again. Now we welcome CA Amar Agrawala ji, who will be sharing his wisdom with one of the very, very popular speakers we have on secrets of self-confidence. I won't take much of your time, sir. The virtual time is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming me. And before I begin, I would certainly want to greet the participants. So warm greetings from the city of joy, Kolkata. As you know that I'm from Calcutta. And even before I begin, I would certainly want to congratulate the newly qualified CAs because you've passed one of the most difficult and one of the toughest exams of this country. So there's no need to say that you're very bright and prospective young people. Now, of course, it would be incomplete if I don't wish you the very best for your future and for all your future endeavors. But just take a look at yourselves, young boys and girls. If you look at the statistics of our country, if you see our country and the number of students who are in the education system at any particular time of the year, there are more than 250 million students who are into some educational institution at any point of time. Out of the 250 million, 50 million drop out in the primary and secondary levels itself. And the ones who filter on to graduation are probably about 20 million. And from there, the ones who take up commerce and the ones who finally go on to take up chartered accountancy as a course is probably 500,000 in any particular year. I mean, this institute, the ICI, at the moment has probably 10 lakh plus students and just 2 lakh members. So the very factum that you have a country of 1,400 million people and you just got 2 lakh CAs and you can see the minuscule numbers which are joining and far more minuscule who are qualifying, you can very well see that you by itself, by numbers which speak, not that I am speaking, the numbers speak, that you're very distinguished people. You're young, bright, distinguished, intelligent professionals. So, that is the first point of today's talk, which is all about self-confidence. And not only are you very singular in this kind of a pursuit about pursuing one of the most difficult courses in this country, but if you take a look, at the very journey which any of us have in life, particularly chartered accountants, you will see that from the time just before our birth, you just see the odds which we are crossing. You're all intelligent people, The chances that any of us are born is 1 in 4 billion. That's a number, 1 in 4 billion. And then we are formed in our mother's wombs. And the journey from that womb till the time you and me qualify, say, and going further for our careers. I mean, we go through billions of odds which can, threaten our lives, which can threaten our futures, which can threaten anything. We cross every of those odds to reach this position, this juncture that you qualify CA. I mean, just imagine that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen on fluke. It happens with a tremendous amount of self-confidence, with something which is within you, which may not be visible on the face of it. Of course, you have a degree, but you must be having some kind of a tremendous, incredible staying power, which has propelled you to this stage. And I think that should make you and the others who have qualified, including the ones who are studying CA, very nice. It's not a small matter. In this kind of a country, in this kind of intimidating circumstances, this kind of a competition, you have reached. And that's the first platform which you stand on, which tells you that you are people who are automatically confident. It's not that you need any lecture on it. But nevertheless, confidence is not only about getting things done for ourselves. Is that I'm getting a degree, I'm getting a job, I'm doing very well in my future, and I'm doing this. No, it's not only I. It's we. It's much broader. It has to be macro. It can't be micro. So self-confidence really builds up when we end up doing things for others because you have premium qualification. You've got experience. You're going into a brilliant future. Qualifications means a certain amount of wisdom, which also means a certain amount of power. And we all know. I know you've heard that famous saying from the movie Spider-Man, that with great powers comes great responsibility. Responsibility for what? Not just to ourselves. I mean, even an animal on the street survives for himself, but it's human beings and professionals like you and me who survive for a much larger macro group, the entire society, this country. So, when you are useful to large numbers and that usefulness becomes effective, that brews self-confidence. It's not me, it's the word of a great monk this country had, and Swami Vivekananda once upon a time said that life is short and the vanities of this world are transient, but they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. So, we are real men and women because we are useful to others. And when you're useful to others, you're good to yourself. And when you're good to yourself, I think that is another platform which actually imbibes that sense of self-confidence. And, to be honest, we've been told that this is, I'm going to be revealing to you some secrets of self-confidence and all. I think, the word secret is often used because, human beings are such that you're very curious by nature. They're very, very curious by nature. And, we want to unravel the truth. We want to go deep into mystery, find out what happened. So, this fact that it's a secret and has been said is because, it will create that kind of a mental vibe that, okay, this is secret. So, we should know about it. So, but I personally feel that, this is not really any secret. I mean, it's known to everyone. I mean, today you from television to internet, I mean, you have what kind of gadgets which brings the world to your laptops, to your tabletops, to your rooms. I mean, there are talks by mystics, there are talks by saints, monks, philosophers, motivational speakers. They're all talking on self-confidence, and there are probably 100,000 books on self-confidence and motivational books. So these are not secrets. I mean, we term as secrets because a lot of things which are obvious, but unfortunately, since we don't put our minds to it, we don't put our thoughts to it, it doesn't manifest. It remains, unfounded, but honestly, it's within our reach. I think the first thing which a youngster should do in the morning is probably just, on their the mobiles and probably just watch a 5-minute clip or a 3-minute clip. It's better than probably reading the newspaper, which is getting more and more negative every day. So you read something, it's better you listen to something which is motivating. So, it's no secret as such. Not that I'm going to tell you some secret which you don't know. You know about it, but it's just that you don't practice it. It's just that, you don't put your mind to it. And that is the reason why it seems that self-confidence is some kind of a secret, but it's not really, it's not really any secret. And, to a certain measure, when we talk about self-confidence and when self-confidence is spoken about, often those who are very educated, very qualified, to a great extent, they feel that this education has, been the bedrock. I'm not saying it is not. Education is very important. But, if education is solely taken as the bedrock of self-confidence, I think something is wrong there. Here, I'm going to tell you a story, a very interesting story. The story is of the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of China was built sometime in 2020 BC. And it's an amazing man-made structure because there's the only man-made feature which is visible from outer space. No other man-made feature is visible from outer space except the Great Wall of China. And, at that time, 220 BC, when it was, made by Qin Shi Huang, the Chinese emperor who wanted to unify China, he started this procedure. And, if you really take the cost of this Great Wall of China, probably in today's term, be $100 billion. And, you can imagine it took 1,500 years to build because 14 dynasties kept building it. And it's probably more than 21,000 kilometers long. So you can very well imagine this kind of a huge structure. And the purpose of the Great Wall of China was to keep away invaders, to keep the territories and to keep the Chinese empire intact. And just see what happened after the Great Wall was built. Numerous times, invaders entered China despite of this kind of a fortification. And you know what the reasons were? The reasons were some parts of the wall were not well made. They collapsed under attack. The people, the soldiers who were there manning the wall, they were either incompetent or they were greedy and corrupt. Often they opened the gates, so there was no need to breach the wall. Sometimes they dropped down ladders for the invaders to come in. So now just just watch the paradox. You make a great wall, but it's not manned by competent people. And what happens? The purpose is defeated. Such a huge cost, such a huge effort, so many thousands of years to build, and you see where it lands. I think something very similar. We need to draw a simile with the education system and with our education. We feel that, I'm a chartered accountant, I'm a company secretary, I'm XYZ. Oh, I mean, that's amazing. But you have to remember, the man who's going to carry it forward, or the woman who's going to carry it forward, has to have strong shoulders. If you're just going to be dependent on the degree, that the degree is going to carry me forward, then you're making a gross mistake. And that only goes forward provided there is strength in your character, there is perseverance in your attitude, and you're willing to work hard. That has to be added. Otherwise, the qualification by itself means nothing. Chartered accountancy एक ब्रह्मास्त्र की तरह है, लेकिन उस ब्रह्मास्त्र को चलाने के लिए बड़े मजबूत कंधे चाहिए, and we often forget that. And what happens? And sometimes when professionals don't achieve what they wish to achieve, then they can blame X, Y, Z. But it's not about a blame game. If anything is going wrong, then probably there's something going wrong with ourselves. Because with this premium qualification, there are lots who are doing well. And again, there are some who are probably not achieving what they set out to achieve. So, when it comes to such kind of lessons, we have to understand that CA is certainly an edifice, but this edifice has to be shouldered, has to be nurtured by ourselves. We need to nurture this edifice. If this edifice has to stand strong, and if it has to really enable us to move forward, whereby we will be feeling, thinking, or probably be known that as people who are self-confident. Now, what the other important aspect which I find among professionals, especially those who are very highly qualified, I feel that the most highly qualified people are also the people who are most nervous. Terribly nervous. I mean, they're getting nervous about a CV or how it's going to be drawn. They're getting nervous about an interview which they might be facing. They're getting nervous about a GD. They're getting nervous about if they have they have to talk in public or something. They're nervous. And they're nervous because, again, the same thing. They have the qualification, but, the edifice for the qualification, the real edifice, which they themselves, that is weak. Hence, they are nervous. I mean, we have to understand that, when you have a class like this, or a session like this, or a webinar like this, a lot of things are told to you. But you have to understand that a lot of things can be told to you, but you have to practice it, which most of us don't. You got to practice. We don't practice. We hear a lot of things, and we feel that just hearing would probably make us more self-confident. That's never going to happen. That is never going to happen. We need to practice. I mean, I can tell you things, so it's like me taking you up to the waters, but you got to drink the water yourself. There's not much that I can do over there. So what is happening is, taking you up to a certain point, but beyond that point, it doesn't go, because beyond that point, it's you yourself. There isn't another person who can do that, but you. Now, for instance, when we are doing our education, when we're doing our training, when we are in a professional life, a lot of things are being told to us: do this, do that. A lot of things are being said. Okay, do this, but often it's not being said how. Do this. Okay, you want to improve English? You stand in front of the mirror and you speak, and you see your dialogue delivery, your communication improves. That's not wrong. It's not wrong. If you can really do that, it's going to help you improve your language, your delivery, and probably even your physical gestures. But you have to see the feasibility of it. I mean, anyways, that you and me have done CA, so your mental faculties have been terribly stretched, and then you standing in front of the mirror every day trying to talk is going to be showing you a very funny light. So you won't do it. You hear it, but you won't do it. So a lot of things which are being told to us about how to improve and how to do things, it's not workable. It doesn't work. Somewhere, some feasibility is not there. And that's one of the reasons why they're not done. And that's the other reason why we don't go from A to B and B to C. We don't rise up the ladder, because either it's not doable, or we don't do it, or we are not persevering enough to do it. But anyway, since we're talking about self-confidence, let me tell you a few self-confidence building measures which are doable. And you have to understand one thing over here, that, it's not the external part, getting a degree, having a beautiful house, a wonderful car, or wearing very smart clothes, or that's never, if it is external, remember something, then something will be missing. The self-confidence part, in a sense, has to be internal. There has to be some build-up within you. I've seen the most qualified people being nervous wrecks, and I've seen people with very small amount of qualification, with tremendous amount of self-confidence. I think that inner build-up is ultimately what will lead to self-confidence. I'm going to tell you some very interesting examples of it. Let's do the doable ones, which we can do. The first thing which comes to my mind about self-confidence is the word. And the word is faith. Faith is a belief. It's a strong belief in something. Now, what happens? Just take a look at this. Let's take a look. An average Indian. What is happening? You have faith in a million gods and goddesses. You've got faith in monks. You've got faith in mystics. You've got faith in temples, church, mosques, so many places. Great. It's wonderful. It's not bad. And you have no faith in yourself. I think that's the grossest of anomaly you can do. And man doubts himself the most. And you're a professionally qualified person, and you're doubting yourself so much, you're going to be attaining very little. You need to believe. And we basically CAs are also to a certain measure suspicious by nature, because that's the kind of work we do. We try and find other people's faults and where they made a mistake, and knowing that there's an anomaly we need to report. So by nature. And let me tell you something. We have gradually become so suspicious that it's very hard for us to believe something. Probably even God is sitting beside you. You probably pinch and try and find out if that is God or something else. That's our level of suspicion. Now I'm going to give you a story to put this through, right? In a certain village in the heartland of India, it had been raining for many, many years. No rains. There was massive drought. The fields were dry. The wells were going dry. The ponds were going dry. The small river that was drying up. And the villages were in a great mess. Animals were dying. There was no food. Crops were difficult. So finally, after a number of years where things were at its climax, real bad, someone came and told the headman of the village, the mukhia, that, there is a certain holy man who's going to be visiting a village nearby. And he's supposed to be a man of miracles. So he does wonderful things. So why don't you come and you ask him to come to your village to do some kind of some ritual, something by which you might get some rains. The headman thought it's a good idea. So he, along with a group of villagers, went to that village, and they begged and pleaded, and they persuaded the best they could to the holy man that if he could come to the village and do something, because such a large number of people were really dying. So the holy man consented, and after a few days, he came to the village, and he looked around, he saw everything, he said, fine, I'm going to be doing a special ritual for you. So you have rains. Once the ritual is done and I leave, you wait for a certain number of days, and on that particular day and time, it's expected that there will be rains, and you will be saved from your plight and from your pitiable condition. So fine. The man finished his rituals and left. And on that particular day, which was told by the holy man that you must wait for that day. So when the date came, all the villagers, they left their homes and they came onto the fields. They were scattered all over the fields, all across the village, waiting for the rains. The horizon had some dark clouds, and they were excited. They were anticipating, very curious. Among the thousands of villagers who were gathered over there was only one small boy, a tiny little boy with a small little umbrella standing in one corner. That was the boy, the only boy, the little one who had faith that the godman said it's going to rain. That the holy man had mentioned it's going to rain on this day, it's certainly going to rain. Let me take an umbrella, I'm going to get wet, I'm going to get drenched. And he was the only one who had faith. And that's exactly with most professionals. No faith, you have the world's degrees and you have no faith, and the degree doesn't take you forward. And we're looking for self-confidence, looking for webinars, we're looking for seminars, we're looking for motivational classes. Motivational classes like snake ladders, the class goes on, you go up, the class goes on, you go up, you come to 98 and 99. You have a very venomous snake waiting for you to sting you. You go back square one. Program over, motivation done. Motivation is over, and again, we're climbing all the way up. We all need to build ourselves, and we need to build up that faith. Believe in it. You have reached so far, you haven't just reached by luck. You have reached because there's an X factor which is pushing you, and that X factor is going to push you all the way forward. Remember that. I mean, not that I'm a historian or something, but I just remember a line in history. There was a great freedom fighter in India. He was called Bal Gangadhar Tilak. And Bal Gangadhar Tilak had a one-liner which was very famous at the time of independence. स्वाधीनता के समय में बड़ा प्रचलित था उनका ये कहावत, और वो कहते थे, स्वराज हमारा जन्म सिद्ध अधिकार। देखिए, मैं कोई स्वाधीनता संग्रामी नहीं हूँ, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट 32 साल से। मैं आपसे एक बात कह सकता हूँ, I've been seeing CS for 32 years. I haven't seen a single CS starving, sitting at home, jobless, doing nothing. They're all doing something useful. मैं आपसे कह सकता हूँ कि सफलता हमारा जन्म सिद्ध अधिकार है, ये अधिकार हमसे कोई नहीं ले सकता, और आप किसी को लेने दीजिएगा भी नहीं। Hang on to that faith. You've come this far, you'll be going further, and nothing. Keep that, and we'll see that will happen. That was the first doable option. The second doable option is certainly fear. I think fear is one element which haunts everyone. I mean, you know, fear is again another feeling. I mean, you feel hot, you feel cold, you feel tired, you feel sleepy, you feel hungry, you feel fear. It's a feeling. But like the other feelings we so conveniently handle, when it comes to fear, something happens. We can't deal with it. And the most astonishing part is, we all know that 95% of the things we are worrying about is not going to happen. That's the very common basic statistics. And the 5% which could happen, or which is likely to happen, or which does happen, is because we've thought about it so much that we made it a reality. You know, in our country, it's, you know, certain things sell really well. One is fear, and the other one is sorrow. We buy it. We buy fear. If someone tells you that, okay, you're studying CA, the chances of you getting through, it's really difficult. You know, you want to believe that. But if someone tells you, oh, you're doing CA, 2 years, you're going to be qualifying for sure. You would love to believe it, but something within you would say, is this possible? Can I? But you wouldn't think when the negative thing is being said about you. How astonishing. You know, and fear doesn't come, you feel cold and hot at one time. Fear builds up brick by brick, bit by bit, until you have a huge palace and you live inside it. And you don't know how to come out of it. And that's the big problem. You know, I remember a story. What happens is, you know, when fear starts haunting us, we don't deal with it. And it tends to grow. We avoid it, we do whatever, but we don't deal with it. And here, this story is something which is very relevant. I'm talking about ancient times. I'm talking about the time when England had a magical king. He was a king who was king out of providence, not because he inherited the kingdom, and he was King Arthur. He was supposed to be a legendary king. And, you know, King Arthur was not only a great warrior, but his coming to the throne, it happened out of some kind of a divine, indulgence and providence. It didn't happen on its own. So he was supposed to be an extraordinary man. So, you know, King Arthur had this habit of walking through the forest every second day. It would help him to think and analyze about how to improve things in his kingdom. So one day when King Arthur was walking down the forest, a little midget, a dwarf, came across his path and said, "King, I heard you're a great warrior. I heard that you are a magical king, so I challenge you to a duel." The king was astonished. A tiny midget, the king, huge, tall. See, are you joking? Look at your size. Just brushed him aside and walked away. He was a king and he knew that it was useless. Now, every second day, every third day, whenever you go, the midget would come back and repeat the same thing. "King, I challenge you to a duel. Why don't you come and fight me? Let me see." The king would say, "Look at your size. Don't even talk to me. Come on." One day, Arthur realized that the midget was gradually growing. And the next time when he went to the forest, he had a huge demon standing. That midget had grown into a demon and said, "King, now do you think I'm size enough for you to fight?" Arthur, of course, had no choice but to fight him. He defeated him, but he learned one lesson. When there is fear stalking you somewhere or something is challenging you, deal with it there and then. Don't wait. you must learn to face it. We tend to avoid, ignore, push away our fears. They become so large, we just can't control it. And facing it reminds me of another interesting story which you will like. And the story is about a monk, and he was visiting Varanasi for religious reasons, and he was walking down the banks of the Ganges enjoying the evening ambience when a group of monkeys started following. Varanasi is very famous for monkeys, full of monkeys. And he had a cloth bag on his shoulder, and the monkeys were under the impression that there must be some food inside. So a group of monkeys started following him, few more were added. Monkeys, they imitate each other, more joined in, and then there was a huge bunch of monkeys following him. He was getting a little perturbed, wondering what's all this. And he was holding on to his cloth bag a little closer, knowing very well that the monkeys want to snatch it. And he started walking faster, and the monkeys were going faster. The man started running. The monkeys were chasing him, almost, getting onto him, trying to hold on to his cloth bag, trying to hold on to his robes. That's the time. There is a moment the man heard a voice from somewhere nearby. It was probably some saint or some ascetic who was meditating. And the man only said 2 words, face them. 2 words was face them. The monk stopped at his tracks. That voice was very commanding. He knew that is what he needed to do. He couldn't run away. Stood there, turned around, and he faced the monkeys. Unbelievably, the monkeys shied away. They fell back. As he faced them and looked at them, they were falling back. And he learned the lesson. The lesson is when fear is talking to you, turn around and face it. There is no need for you to get away. You are a professional. Running away, there's no need to run away. Face them. Of course, you'll be able to deal with it. Certainly, you're going to be able to deal with it. Just have that confidence, that faith. Of course, I'm going to be able to do with it. But what happens is, at that moment, something happens, and we give way, and fear dominates, and it keeps dominating, and then it becomes habit, and it just doesn't go because it becomes chronic. With most people, fear is chronic, and qualified people, professionals world over, they all have all kinds of psychosomatic disorders. The reason is what? Fear. They're worried. They're too concerned. They can't deal with it. Fight that fear. The moment that small fear, doubt comes, immediately deal with it. Don't let it fester inside you. It's going to mess you up completely. Right? Since we're talking about this great monk, Swami Vivekananda, I remember a very important thing which he said, and that will be the third doable option after faith and fear. And the option is give a hand to someone. He said, I am not handsome, but I can give my hands to some. It has a world of meaning. It has a world of meaning. When you are useful to others, when you do things for others, when you are of some assistance to others, it naturally enhances your self-esteem and self-respect. It's not something small at all. Helping others, you are students of chartered accountancy. You're students of accounts, debit and credit. Every debit, has an equal and corresponding credit. And even science says that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So what you give comes back. But unfortunately, the kind of world we live in, it's all about taking. Everybody wants to take. Forgetting the ultimate reality, you only get if you give. They are interested in giving. And in giving, you get. And you only get back things, you get back a lot of confidence. Because a strong man who can give his hand to others to help, weak people are busy helping themselves. And that's the fact. You see, weak people, they're just doing things for themselves. But it's a man who grows strong and tall, he gives his hands to others because he knows he can be useful to others. And by being useful to them, he's useful to himself. Here I'm going to tell you a very ordinary story about myself. I wasn't at all the brightest of students. I had just barely had 50% my CSE. You can imagine. 35 years ago, that was pathetic. And I didn't want to study. I didn't know if I could study more. I was pretty dull in the head. And then I had another 50% HS, which again prompted my guardians to feel how this boy is going to graduate. Those days, graduation was considered a big thing. And I myself didn't know how I'm going to graduate. And that's the time when it was Providence, when one of my uncles, he connected me to a teacher because I needed help. And I couldn't afford tuition fees. My financial position was pretty bad. And the teacher was a very elderly, retired man, cranky, little crazy touched, but I suppose teachers are like that because they can see the future. You know, teachers are people who can foresee the future because you don't know till where the influence goes. And I'm sitting in front of you, just listen to this. And when I went to this man to help me with my studies, you know, he put me in charge of a boy who was in class 7 and who had failed for 2 years. He was about to be rusticated. My job is to ensure that this guy remains in school. I told him, but sir, I need help. He said, I understand, but I'm going to come to that. First, you help this boy. Within the next 6 months, there were 2 more of such naughty, wicked children put into my charge. And I was told that, why don't you even help these kids? One was naughty. He had thrown out 3 teachers. Another one didn't want to study. The third one was stammering too much. The fourth one was so dumb that I had to say something 10 times, wouldn't understand. And soon, instead of me trying to get some help, I was trying to be of help to 10 others. And I did not know what was happening. The only thing which kept me on was the money which they would pay me. That 50 rupees, 60 rupees was a lot of money for me. And that was the only carrot I had. I don't know why I continued. Maybe I built up a bond with the kids. I knew they were dumb. I knew they were a little dull, but then so was I. While these kids studied with me, they started doing better and better and better. And they went on with their education. They went on to finish the schools and colleges, and they went on to the degrees. And I got my degrees. I never imagined I'm going to graduate. But the number of degrees, I mean, I'm not proud about it. But the number of degrees I have, I think if I put it on to somebody's head, he would probably get into the soil. I know how this happened, not because I was very smart and bright, not at all. It only happened because I gave my hands to some. And some mad teacher saw that. He told me, don't try to help yourself. Don't you try to help yourself. You help someone else and you see how many hands are going to come to help you out. And that is exactly what happened to me. I spent my life teaching, not realizing that every degree rained on me. I didn't have to do anything. What you give has to come back. And that's the cosmic reality, which most people fail to understand. And you know what they miss out on? Self-confidence. Help someone, you know, the best degrees are not given by a school, college, or a university, or an institution of the government. The best degrees are given by life. Your normal degrees you can see them, you can frame them, you can laminate them, but the degrees life gives you, you can't frame them. They're not tangible. You can't mount them on a wall, but you can feel them inside. I mean, when you qualify CA, you get a degree, a formal degree. You can frame it up. But your parents qualify too. They're special people. Don't forget. Your parents are very special people. They qualify along with you, but their degrees are not tangible. They can feel it inside the heart. That's the degree life has given them. They're very special parents. Our parents are very special parents. And it's thanks to that support that they are special. The support they gave you, the hand they gave you, the push they gave you when you were in difficult times. The parents who probably my mother didn't even finish college. And thanks to them that we are where we are. So don't forget, you got that push. You got to give that push. Civilization has only moved forward because man has given his hand to someone else. He has thought about sharing his knowledge. He has thought about sharing his wisdom. Imagine what would have happened to civilization if man would have not shared himself. Civilization would have stopped on its tracks. So important that we give our hands to some. And what a wonderful way to improve your confidence. You build up somebody else's confidence, you motivate someone else, you inspire someone else, your inspiration, motivation, you forget it. It's going to happen. It has to happen. That's the rule of the cosmos, and nothing can change it. And that's the truth. Well, we have another issue. And you know what that issue is? The issue is we compare ourselves very, very often to others. It's a very strange phenomenon. We keep comparing ourselves to others. And we find someone else's study better, someone else's degrees better, someone else's house better, someone else's things better. Even when you go to a restaurant, we're looking at someone else's table, trying to find out what is on their table and their drinks and how do they look. Same in a career, and he's doing X, he's going overseas, he's doing that. Okay, I couldn't do it. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? You're not like them. Each one of us is individualistic, unique. You cannot be like someone. You can be doing CA, your friends are doing CA, same background, same kind of school education, but you and he or she are all different people. What is this comparing game? It's always going to make you feel bad. You are unique. You have to understand that your qualifications may be similar to someone else's, but your capability and talent and his or hers is different. Everybody is on a different timeline. You've got to understand. Barack Obama became the US president at 48 and Donald Trump at 72. They both became presidents, but the timeline was different. They cannot be comparison. You want to reach your goal. That's important. Another story. Interesting. The story is a little boy. One day he went up to his mother and he asked his mother a very strange question. He said, Mom, I often wonder that what am I really worth? I mean, what is my real value? Can you tell me more? Mother was very surprised hearing it from a little boy because he never asked such a question before. So she said, well, that's a very interesting question. She thought about it and she said, okay, just wait here. So while the boy waited, wondering what kind of answer the mother would give, the mother went to another room and she came back with a little crystal, a small shiny stone. And she said, well, my son, this is something for you. What you need to do is, you need to go about today, go to whoever you wish to, and when to ask them what this crystal is worth. Find out the value of this crystal. When you come back to me, I'm going to tell you what is your worth. So it was a task, it was an exercise, and the boy readily took the crystal. And the first thing he did was he ran to a very good friend of his, a little girl, and he said, Mary, I'm showing you this crystal. Can you just take it and let me know how much this is worth? And the little girl saw it with her intelligence. She said, well, it looks very nice, but maybe a few dollars. He took the crystal and went to a neighborhood uncle he used to often go to. And the uncle said, well, from where did you get this? This is really nice. Probably $50. It's really good. And then, he knew the caretaker of the local museum. He went over there and the caretaker took him to another expert. And he said, well, this looks good. It could be probably $200-300. So, what was happening was that everyone was giving him a different price line. By evening, when he came back home, the boy was a little confused. So he told his mother that, Mom, everybody's selling me a different value. What I really don't know. So mother said, that's exactly the truth about life. Everybody's going to value you differently depending on their need of you. But in a sense, this crystal is priceless. You are priceless. We all are priceless. Let's stop this comparing, this aping others. He's doing it so alive. You don't need to. You have your own timeline. You have your own future charted out. You don't need to compare with anyone. Because the moment you compare, you lose on your self-confidence. You are what you are. You're doing fine. And you are going to be doing fine. Just believe that. So this aping business is not a good business. A very important aspect. The fifth platform about self-confidence is relationships. It's very important that we maintain good relationships with our family, with our friends, with our neighbors, with the society at large, with a lot of people you meet every day. It's very important to maintain good relationships. It's so unfortunate that, some of our worst behavior is at home. And needless to say, our worst behavior is with our parents, the people who love us the most. I think it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea at all. Why relationships? Because relationships are real networking in the society. A strong person, a self-confident person has meaningful relationships. Donors, they're not self-confident. Because you have relationships, you nurture them, they grow with you. Relations grow with them, networking grows with it. Your self-confidence grows with it because you're useful to others. They value you. Imagine you finishing your CA, going home, and there's no one to tell that. No one. You just have walls. Don't appreciate it. The joy of your passing is zero. You go home, there's a house full of people waiting for your open arms. You feel good. You feel loved. I mean, your self-esteem goes up because they look at you with self-esteem. That's what relationships are all about. I'm going to tell you another story on relationships. Many years ago, somewhere in a county, in a district in Northwest America, which used to be called Orange County, the game of baseball was very famous. Just like cricket is famous in India, baseball is famous in the United States of America. And that game, the championship was so famous, it used to be watched by thousands of people, lakhs of people on television, listen to it on radio, that good. And all the teams which used to play in this championship were also called by different colors, red, blue, green, yellow, black. Now, this particular year, which I'm going to talk about, was the year when two teams qualified for the finals. One was the blue, which was always champion for the last few years. And the only team which had never ever gone to the finals were the Reds. They qualified for the first time, and they were not considered to be a very strong team. So it was expected that the Blues would win. Now, a very strange exchange happened at the locker room of the Red on the day of the final, before the game began. And the exchange was between the youngest boy of the team and the coach. The coach was a very old man, but he was a good old man, and it was his last game. He was about to retire. And the little boy went and told the coach that, coach, the entire season I've been sitting. I haven't done anything. You haven't given me a single game. Today's the last game of the season. Can you please give me a chance? The coach knew that Jonathan was a very sweet, quiet boy. He always had a smile for everyone. His relationships were very nice. So coach used to like him, saying, look, Jonathan, please pay me today. It's my last game. I need to put on good players. You haven't played the entire season. You're sitting out. You're rusted. How can I? The boy said, look, it's not fair. Everybody's got a chance. Give me a chance. The coach felt very bad for him, saying, look, Jonathan, honestly speaking, in the normal lineup, I can't give you a chance. But okay, since you are pleading so much and I understand that you haven't played a game, I might give you a chance if there is an injury. That's the best I can do. Otherwise, the spectators and the management is going to grill me. Jonathan had no choice but listen to the coach. The game started. And as expected, by halftime, the Blues were winning, the Reds were losing. And to compound the issues of the Red, the best player got injured. The coach was thinking what to do, and that's the time Jonathan came and said that, coach, you had promised me that you're going to give me extra time. You're going to give me injury time. The coach said, Jonathan, I'm losing. Can't you see? And the best player is injured. I'm looking for a good replacement. He's saying, well, what if no one else gets injured? I don't get a chance. The coach was stuck by his promise. So he said, okay, Jonathan, that's what you want. But please don't make me lose anymore. I'm giving 15, 20 minutes of extra time. That's all. Jonathan went out to play. And Jonathan went out to play and he played a game. And he played a fantastic game. He started playing so well. The coach didn't withdraw him. He played so well. The tide changed. It was a stunner that year that the Reds won. Despite of every odds being against the Reds, the narrowest of margins, the spectators were astonished, the commentators were shocked, the management was flabbergasted. Who's this boy? How did he play? Why was he not given a chance? And the coach was being hammered from all sides. He called for Jonathan and he said, Jonathan, you got to forgive me. I'm an old man. And it's thanks to you that I'm retiring with the Orange County Championship. It's all because of you. How can I ask for apology, gentlemen? The boy said, no, coach, don't do that. There are some things about me which you did not know. The coach said, what? He said, whenever I used to come to play, thinking I would play, a man would come along with me. And he was very, very keen that I would play. He said, yes, I know who was that man. He said, well, that man was my father. He said, but today's your special day. I don't see your father. He said, coach, I did not tell you. A few years ago, my father expired. So coach said, you didn't tell me that. He said, well, I didn't get a chance to tell you. The coach said, my God, but today had your father been here, he could have seen you play. He said, no, even if my father was here, he would never see me play. The coach said, why? He said, my father was blind. You can imagine the coach was feeling so bad. Jonathan, it's because I never give you a chance to play. Your father could never see you play, and now he's dead. What am I going to do? He's saying, don't feel bad. Because today is the first day my father can see me play from wherever he is. And I played this game to show my father how well I can play. Relationships, somebody's dead, but you have a promise. You've got to keep the promise. When you keep these promises, you know about relationships. You don't talk about self-confidence. People talk about your self-confidence. Keep relationships, keep good relationships. It begins from the house. See how it adds to your self-confidence. Well, I think the final and the most important platform of self-confidence is, of course, your health. I think when it comes to professionals, they work so hard, they work so much, they're required to work so much, they neglect their health. Their health is always an issue. And that becomes such an issue that they just can't go forward. In Hindi, they say, Pehla Sukh Nirogi Kaya. The first happiness is good health. We always think about a health when it starts getting bad. And then all the money which you earned, you use it to buy a health back. But what is gone is gone. You need to keep your health good. Spend 15, 20 minutes. Millions of things you can do. You can walk, you can exercise, you can swim, you can do yoga, aerobics, Zumba. Do anything. Do what pleases you. But please look after this body. Watch what you eat. Some kind of physical activity. Nowadays with work from home and other things, the physical activity is going. I think it's a very dangerous sign. Human body is made to work. It's not just made potatoes. We are meant to be up and about. But that's not happening. Our work is making us more and more sedate. So be active. You have good health. This is your world. Do what you want. You see guys who've got good health, athletes, soldiers, they're very confident people. Why? Because they've got stamina, they've got strength. You don't have strength, you don't have stamina, you don't have good health, you have the world's qualification, the world's background, and what are you going to do with it? How far would you go? Your health won't permit you to go. That's the only vessel you and me have. Take care of it, guys. While there's time, you're young. 10 minutes, 15 minutes for your health every day is going to pay you back in tons in times to come. And that is what I needed to do. Well, some very easy things which we can do every day, which we don't do. You know, man has become such, he's even very miserly when he says good things. Very miserly, doesn't want to easily say good things. You know, small words, few words, just a good hello, how are you? Thank you, please, take care. Oh, you're looking very smart today. God bless you. It's so nice to see you. Small words, they'll connect you to people. You see that with a smile and with a good gesture. You won't be surprised what beautiful relations that can build and how they can improve your networking. And when you're good to others, you're best to yourself. And when you're best to yourself, you add with your self-confidence. Self-confidence only happens when you're good to others, and that goodness comes back because you feel good inside. You can only feel self-confident if you feel nice inside. Otherwise, no amount of people telling you about inspiration, motivation is going to work unless that goodness is felt within. You need to feel good within. That's the certificate which life gives you, not the certificate which university or college gives you. So we got to work for that. Few good words. That's all we need. Well, I want to start with that good word. I want to start with the blessing. A blessing to you. I've been teaching all my life. And you are young, bright, intelligent students. Let me tell you something, guys. Do well, not for yourself. You've got to do well for everyone. So my blessing to you is Chakravarti Bhav, which means be like emperors. Be like kings and queens of your respective fields. And you know what? I love poetry. And I love a poet. I don't know if you heard about him. And Robert Frost wrote a poetry which is legendary. It's called Walking by the Woods One Snowy Evening. And the last stanza of this poetry is amazing. You know what the stanza is? The stanza says that the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. That's what Robert Frost said. It's very meaningful. It says that we all have a long journey. We go through, even though things are dark and difficult. So, being a CA and being a Marwadi CA, I twist that poetry a little bit just for us to make it feel better. That this world is ugly, dark and deep. We don't live in an easy world. It's getting difficult, complicated, complex. It's not easy for you and me, especially for professionals. So this world, our world, CA's world is ugly, dark and deep. But you and me, CA's, we have promises to keep and piles to earn before we sleep and piles to earn before we sleep. And don't get me wrong, guys. When I say piles to earn, it just doesn't mean money. It means a lot more. It means respect. It means honor. It means recognition. It means love and affection. And it means regard. When you have this entire bunch, it's wealth. And that's the real wealth which you should aspire for. And remember, this wealth is not yours alone. Boys and girls, this is not yours alone. In this wealth, a lot of people have a share. Your parents have a share. Your family has a share. Your brothers and sisters have a share. Your relatives have a share. The society has a share. The day you learn to share that with others, the day you learn this give and take, that this is for others, I'm not doing for myself. If you're going to bring brightness to other people's lives, your life is going to be bright automatically. The hand that gives the flower always retains some smell. So the day you learn to share that, you don't have to go to any class for self-confidence. You don't have to listen to any lecture. You don't need to listen to anyone, because you will be self-confidence personified. Self-confidence will be within you. It'll be around you. It'll be everywhere. It'll go where you go. And may the path ahead in your life be full of light, because you be the light. Be confident, and I'm sure that the future for you is very bright. I think all of you, make sure you wear sunglasses. You know why? Because the future is very bright for young, bright chartered accountants. And remember something, this institute is looking forward to you doing well. We are all waiting for the young, bright CAs of this institute to carry us forward. So you've got huge responsibilities, and I'm absolutely sure you're going to be able to do it. Last but not the least, thank you so much for listening. And I also need to thank ICAI for giving me this opportunity. It's my alma mater. Whatever I am today, I owe a huge part of it to ICAI. And I'm grateful that they always remember me to share my mind with such bright, young, intelligent people like you, because it makes my day, it makes my life. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Sir, thank you so very much, sir. Very wonderful, sir. You have not taken any spillover of time. So we are very grateful to you for the wonderful words of wisdom. Sir, maybe for the smaller centers, we'll once again bother you, sir. Subject to your convenience, sir. Kindly be available to us. Very grateful to you, sir, for your time and efforts. Namaskar. Jai Hind.